qui baille la terre, c'est bon Dieu qui fait la terre. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, c'est bon Dieu qui fait mouton, c'est bon Dieu qui baille cabrit. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, c'est bon Dieu qui fait quoi pour, c'est bon Dieu qui fait Sandoli. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, c'est bon Dieu qui baille la vie, c'est bon Dieu qui fait la vie. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, c'est bon Dieu qui baille la vie, et c'est bon Dieu qui fait la vie. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, c'est bon Dieu qui fait Helen Doctors, c'est bon Dieu qui bat Helen Doctors. Ça oui, non, non, bon Dieu, c'est bon Dieu qui fait homme, et c'est bon Dieu qui va femme. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, et c'est bon Dieu qui va Dachine, c'est bon Dieu qui fait Bodja. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, c'est bon Dieu qui baille banane, c'est bon Dieu qui fait macabou. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, c'est bon Dieu qui baille Zodji, c'est bon Dieu qui fait Bibiche. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, c'est bon Dieu qui paye la vie, c'est bon Dieu qui fait la vie. Ça oui, la vérité. Non, bon Dieu, amen, 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 amen. Il a pour nous tous. Le white like a houle, il a pour nous tous. Templante, il a pour nous tous. À nous aller. Amen. Amen. La tela la houle. So like a lebe. La linka mute, nous caille planté. Et nous allons. Amen. Amen. Bon Dieu, like a vini. Pour bon nous accouchement. Manière nous traiter la terre, la manière nous planter. À nous aller. Amen. 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 La rivière qui descend, comme planter. Écoute,
C'est clair. Le white a roulé. Et nous chanter. Amen. 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 C'est pour nous planter. Tout ça nous caille manger. Je dis pour manger. Ça ou planter. À nous aller. Amen. 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 La pile est à tomber. Soy like a chauffer. Tout temps planté. Et les joutes la vini. À nous aller. Amen. 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 So we are doing this for the Helen sisters of St. Lucia. We welcome you to Soufflier and Chocolat. So we welcome everyone. And we are the Super Action Theater. La ligne leve da blaka lote, woy woy. La ligne leve da blaka lote. 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 Woy woy Selina. Woy woy Selina. Woy woy Selina. Woy woy Selina. La ligne leve da blaka lote. 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 Oi! Helen, sisters of St. Lucia, believe in our ancestors saying, when the moon is out, you check when the best moon is out to plant. Now is the time to plant. So come and enjoy yourself and plant yourself in the Super Action Theater. Oh, Selina. Oh, Selina. Oh, Selina. Oh, Selina. Oh, Selina. Landesa.
Mangez-nous, c'est mangez-nous. Mangez-nous, c'est mangez-nous. Nous capotuis avec dignité. À nous vanli avec l'honneur. Mangez-nous, c'est mangez-nous. Mangez-nous, c'est produit-nous. Nous capotuis avec dignité. À nous vanli avec l'honneur. Yes, we must grow what we eat. We must eat what we grow. We must feed from our own tradition. We must produce what is good for our bodies. As Mother Earth produces in every sphere what is needed for the people that dwell in that sphere. Mangez dashin, mangez brapé, mangez fikfet, mangez macabou, mangez badja, mangez-nous, c'est mangez-nous. Mangez-nous, c'est mangez-nous. Nous capoduis avec dignité. À nous vanli avec l'honneur. Eat local. Be wise.
Helen daughters leading the way forward for the generation, you know. We give thanks and praise for positivity in the nation. Connection, collaboration, and community. Helen's daughters.
Call me anytime you want.
All say she wanted was one wine from me. All say she needed was a little bit of my time. She never expected to get so addicted to my wine. She said, are you gonna hurt me? Am I a statistic? A victim of your circumstances? Or will I just get evicted from this love and safety? Please don't disappoint me. Not this time. Give me one more wine. One more wine. One more time. One more time. Give me one more wine. One more wine. One last time. One last time. I said, oh, 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 oh,
Saturday. I am very happy to be here among all these wonderful farmers. Quite a few of them have provided a few ingredients. A few of the farmers that provided some of the ingredients today. We have farmer Anne-Marie. Where is Anne-Marie? We have Anne-Marie over here. She provided for us the fresh thyme, the shadow benny, and the cherry tomatoes. Thank you so much for that. We also have farmer Deborah. Where are you, Deborah? Hi, Deborah. Hi. Thank you so much. Deborah provided the ripe mangoes and the cinnamon. So thank you very much for that. We also have farmer Dorothy. Where are you, Dorothy? Hey, Dorothy, girl, how are you? We have from her, we have half a pumpkin and the parsley. We also have farmer Kira. Where are you, farmer Kira? Hi, farmer Kira. Hello, hello. From you, we got the green peas for our curry and we got the sweet potatoes for the mousse. So thank you so much. Anybody would like to try? And you want to try first or should you help? For our next dish, we are going to try a sweet potato mousse. Take your sweet potatoes, cut them in half. You're going to put them in a pot, boil it with some water. Easy, right? Wait for it to be nice and soft. Then you go ahead and you peel the skin off and wait for it to get to room temperature. After your potatoes have gone to room temperature, you're going to add them to a blender or a food processor. So about 2 cups. Then you're going to add some cinnamon, which we all know is very good for you, full of lovely things that lower your blood sugar, your blood pressure, all that fun stuff, and of course it's delicious. Then you're going to add about 3 tablespoons of honey. Local honey is the best. And then we're also going to add some coconut milk. So about half a cup or 3/4 cup of coconut milk. All of those things go immediately to the processor with the sweet potatoes and a tablespoon of local vanilla extract. Put it in the fridge to chill and you're left with a beautiful, delicious mousse.
I'm Manny and I was able to sample the sweet potato mousse today, and coming from somebody who is not a fan of sweet potato, I have to say it was actually pretty good. Not very sweet, the texture was good and the granola added crunch, so you had this soft fluffy texture as well as the crunchy, so it was pretty good.
Today we had a great time eating and drinking in the St. Lucian sunshine. I'll see you at the next Farmers Market by Helen's Daughters. See you soon!
To pull you down, but I know you are strong. Yeah, you're a beautiful lady. You're a queen every day. Yeah, don't get caught in the matrix. Don't go looking for ratings. No, I just want to see you shine. Girl, show me your light. You gon' be alright. Everybody on the daga 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 daga. Hand in the ball, hold on, father. Girl have a child like she can't boil water, and still she ready to risk it all. man bad at all. No, another one just gone. Boy, you beat your chest and smile. Say you's a madman. Another young boy fall. Your soul can't rest at night. Oh, you's a bad man. Bad man is a man who will steal and woman and protect the young ones by any means, lad. You ain't no bad man, boy, now. You ain't no bad man. A real bad man just make his own decisions. He don't need anyone, he only needs God. You ain't no bad man, boy, now. You ain't no bad man. So, sit down, rock back. Tell them I don't need no strap to defend my people from wicked and evil. Sit down, rock back.
Greetings, Bovini, bienvenue tout le monde. This is the Soufre Action Theatre, 45-year-old group established since 1982. We are a community-based group involved in popular theatre, masquerade, and community education for empowerment. We will be performing a local masquerade for you. It's a very steep tradition in Soufre, and if you are visiting during the Christmas season, you see us doing the authentic masquerade on the road. So we are on the road as early as Christmas Eve, right through to New Year's holiday. Okay? So we'll begin right now. As part of the tradition, when we are on the road, the audience throws money to the dancers, who will gyrate and intensify the dance in accordance to the money you send. So if you send 10 cents, you don't expect much gyration for that, no? Thank you so much.
What you pay, what you get.
Absolutely remarkable. Let's give it up for the Super Action Theatre one more time. And this is what I refer to as a perfect start to what is to be coined in history as the start to a perfect movement. Do you agree? Well, my name is Marina Alexander, and I am absolutely honored to be part of this. This is history in the making. Another absolutely innovative move by the Helen's Daughters community again. Kathleen and her team continues to just blow my mind. And whenever I get the opportunity to be involved in any way, in the littlest form, it means so much, because this, ladies and gentlemen, is so vital. This is so needed. This is so appropriate. This Helen's Daughters movement, when it started, and I guess Kathleen is going to give you the little history when she comes on in a minute, has to have been the brainchild, a line straight from the heavens. Because we were going down a path where, you know, when we hear agriculture, everybody look to skin up their little face and everybody, oh, what are we doing? You get me? And then this little lady come out where she come out and she said, girl, no, we have to put back the little pizzazz, or at least change the narrative. Let's let them know that agriculture is not boring. Agriculture can be fun. Agriculture can be flair. Agriculture can be fashion. As a matter of fact, this spot right here, the last time we were here, I was scaling the little greenhouses in hills, you know? So we need to change the narrative when it comes to agriculture. And I want to take the opportunity as I stand here. I've been around the Helen's Daughter. As a matter of fact, I'm one of the members. But I tell them, after the first balcony chat, you'll understand the direction I want to go in. So that's why you're not seeing me so present yet. But it all makes sense in a minute. But like I was saying to Kathleen, this moment right here, for those of us who've been around with the movement and the community, this actually sort of like draw on your little heartstring a little bit, like you want to share a little tear, because there are a lot of people who understood this vision, who decided to not just stand on the sideline like you are doing right now, but come on board and put whatever it is that they can add to the mission to make it into a reality. And this is just a continuity of what we are seeing right here, right now. And Kathleen I'm sure Kathleen wouldn't mind if I were to mention Mr. Dunstan DeMille. This gentleman also, God rest his soul, would be very proud to be here right now to witness what we're about to witness. This is not, yes please, come on. Yes please, yes please, absolutely. Now this is not your usual conference. When Kathleen sent me and Lee sent me the thing, I said, the UN thing, 'cause I said, what, the UN thing? I tried to write my invoice. Don't worry, I didn't charge them a lot. I tried to put the invoice together. I said, what it is, UN? They said, no, on. I said, okay, that's innovative again, and that's just synonymous with Helen's Daughter. So let me go. It is your first ever Unconference, and you are here to mark history. Let's make some noise. Come on, everybody. Absolutely. Well, without further ado, I spoke a lot about people understanding the vision and the magic that can happen when people go beyond just understanding but decide to lend their support. And we have a wonderful, wonderful partnership with this property right here. And we want to invite for some welcome remarks Emma Peacock, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Hotel Chocolat. Please give her a warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, I love the audience participation already. So I would love to invite you to take a breath, look around, because we are in a space that is inspired by cocoa and inspired by agriculture. It's a place where the story of a tree, a bean, a pod, all come together to meet as one community of farmers and farmers. And I am truly honoured that Helen's Daughters have chosen to host the Unconference here at Project Chocolat, because this is no ordinary place, and it is certainly no ordinary conference in the next 2 days ahead. I like to think that it's called Unconference because we're here to break patterns and not follow them. And at Hotel Chocolat, our values are originality, authenticity, and ethics. And I think those values are really powerful for what we should have over the coming 2 days as we're here together. Originality, to dare to be bold, to do things that have never been done. Authenticity, to dare to speak the truth and not jargon. And ethics, to raise agriculture up, to give back to the community and not just extract. The way we grow our food shapes the world we all live in. Healthy soils, we know, means healthy communities. Resilient crops mean resilient economies. And a fair system means that we can all thrive from farm to fork. Agriculture is not just about yields, it's about our futures. For us at Hotel Chocolat, cocoa has been our teacher. 20 years ago, our founders first stepped on this farm here at Rabot Estate to learn directly from the soil. And that act taught us something bigger. That when agriculture is rooted in integrity, it creates a world of possibility. From one cocoa farm came a hotel. From one cocoa farm came this space that you are in today, where 50,000 people come to visit every year to connect with farming, and maybe a little dancing and rum sometimes. But today, St. Lucian cocoa is in more demand than there is supply. And that is not just a business story. It's proof that when agriculture is valued, it flourishes, and so do all of those who are around it. And that's why we're here. The Unconference is not just about talk. It's about planting something new together, an idea, a partnership, a possibility to ensure that tomorrow we can feed the world. I believe if we leave with the same ideas that we arrived with today, then we have failed on Keithlin's vision for the Unconference. So a huge welcome to the Unconference. A huge thank you to the Helen's Daughters team for creating this opportunity for us to meet together. And let's make this a place where good intentions turn to bold action. And I look forward to talking with you all to helping to shape together the next chapter of agriculture. Have fun.
Thank you so very much, Emma. We will hold you to that. But you know what? We don't need to, because as far as I can remember, this property here has lent themselves. So they are certainly putting their money where their mouth is. Speaking of, this, like we said, is a non-conference. It's not your regular, usual conference. You've got 2 days of absolute. Don't think you know what's going to happen here. You know, it's not. You have not experienced anything like it before. As a matter of fact, the brainchild of who all of this. She don't like the thing, you know. She don't like to make noise about it. But trust me, I just can't help it. Young lady, like I say all the time, I wouldn't wake up every day and this kind of thing crossing my mind. So you are certainly gifted, and we are very happy that you answered the call to those gifted. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome, for opening remarks, Ms. Kiflin Carew Afrifa, the founder and executive director of Helen's Daughters.
Thank you. I don't want to chew it, so. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I am so happy because last night I felt like nobody was going to show up. So thank you for showing up. I just, honestly, looking at this space, looking at all of you, it warms our hearts. It makes us feel like we are going in the right direction. It also makes us feel like there is a movement behind agriculture, that people actually believe in agriculture in spite of what has been said. So just take a minute, look at you, look at everybody around you. Give yourself a round of applause for looking so good. When I first had this idea of the Unconference, it was after a visit in France. And I said, they have this huge agricultural forum called the Salon d'Agriculture every year. And what the French do is, agriculture is not just food to them or farming. Agriculture is culture, it's festival, it's freedom. And I wondered why in St. Lucia and across the Caribbean region, we don't treat agriculture with the same respect that they do in Europe, in America, and so forth. So this Unconference is really, as Maureen said, what we're trying to do here is really try to build a movement. Now, I admit when I first went to certain people asking, touting around the idea of the Unconference on agriculture, I think people just thought it was a bagay tea boutique. You just put some chairs, maybe 10, 15 people might appear, but no. We wanted it to be a movement. We wanted it to be a convergence, a community of people. So again, it truly warms my heart to see you sacrificing your Saturday to make it here with us. And I hope so far it has been worth it. And trust me, the team is working hard that by the time 5 p.m. comes, you would have truly felt like it was worth it. So the reason why we're having this Unconference is running an organization like Helen's Daughters for the last 8 years. Yes, we are an organization that supports women in agriculture, but one of the things that we noticed early on is that while we claim that, we have these issues, finance, access to land, and so forth, one of the biggest things that we lack in the agricultural community, what do you think it is? One of the biggest things we lack. Anybody? Shout it out. I can. Marketing support, okay, yes. Knowledge. Respect. Leadership. All of these, yes, but the one thing I noticed as well that we need to do on our own is that we lack community. We lack community. We are working in silos. We are competing against each other. We are not lifting one another up. There is too much infighting, especially as islands, and we need to stop that. We want access to land, we want access to better financing, but we're not a unified voice. How could that ever work? So what we are trying to do today and every 2 years, because best believe you are here at the first Unconference, it will not be the last. 2027, God willing, hopefully it's even bigger and better than this. But we are trying to grow a movement and a unified voice for agriculture. We as a community, we cannot rely just on government alone. We have to rely on ourselves. That is the only way that we can be taken seriously. So this Unconference is just the beginning. We are planting seeds today that we want to see grow every single year. And as we begin, I want you to bring yourself into this place, bring your whole self. I want you to be open, I want you to be bold, and most importantly, I want you to be ready. Because we've recognized as an organization that we cannot do this alone. So this space is for you to create partnerships, for you to collaborate, for you to connect, to meet random strangers that you've never had like we used to do in the past. This is your space for the next 2 days. So please treat it like home, because what we're building here, it's not just a 2-day event. It's a movement, and most importantly, you are the movement. So let's get started, let's get inspired, and once again, welcome to the Unconference.
Thank you so very much, Kiflin. Thank you so very much. So again, I say you are here, and you need to give yourself a further round of applause for starting that history-making ball rolling. Certainly. We've got some balcony talks coming up in a minute. As a matter of fact, I thought Kitlin was trying to make up to be nice to me because she said I'm always supporting her. So the first balcony talk really and truly It's up my alley. You'll find out in a minute. But okay, look like some of them already know what's up, so they're smiling. But before we go into that, we definitely got to take a moment and shout out some of the people who have supported for us to be here. And this event is a reality. Let's shout out some of our sponsors, please. The principal supporters, Island Fund for Climate and Justice. Is it Island? It's Island, right? Okay, it's spelled wrong. I see. Lord God, nope, not today. So, you're looking real serious up in here, you know. We here for the whole day, you know. You all might as well smile, you know, from now, because if that is the attitude from now, by the time 11 o'clock, it's OVAH. Look it up. Google. Spell over. Yeah. Wonderful. Well, Island Fund, Climate for Climate and Justice, Caribbean Feminist Climate Justice Movement. Let's give them a round of applause, as I call them, please and thanks. The gold sponsors include Lucilec. I saw Mr. Lucilec here. The World Food Program. Come on. St. Lucia Bureau of Standards. Let's do it. Let's keep the claps coming. Massey Stores. I see Massey Stores is represented. NIC, the National Insurance Corporation. Mark Norton, I see you. I see you all. ICAR, Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. The silver sponsors include the French Embassy. Come on. Caribbean Climate Justice Project. Let's give it to them as well. Regulated Substances Authority. Right? Invest St. Lucia. Well, of course, I expect them to be here. Sagico is also here with us. Renwick St. Lucia is also part of making this a possibility. Let's give it up for them. And the brand sponsors include Energize Holding Inc. You get the drift. St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce. You get the drift. Fix. WSC is also part of it. And other supporters like the Golden Eggs Farm supporting our petting zoo. Digicel, thank you for the text blast. And Ali, get your discount 10% with Helen's daughter. And these are just some of the sponsors. Now, I'm going to put my little self. We already showcased the fashion. Oh, by the way, those of you who are live viewing, we don't want to leave you out as well because some of you could not have made it here. But if you're at home and you're viewing live via the platform, the Helen's Daughters platform, whether it's their YouTube or their Facebook, we appreciate. Hopefully, you get inspired enough to show up tomorrow. All right? So we're here for 2 days. And it's now time for me to introduce the first discussion. And it's called the balcony chat. So let's get into the first balcony chat. The person sitting on this panel, Mr. Andre Pantru, the Carers, the Herbal Collective. Come, give it up. I think you could, yeah, you can go on up, have a seat. There he is. Give it up for Mr. De Carers. Richard Matthias, beekeeper, Ayalola Apiculture Collective. Let's give it up for Richard. And Mike Ferdinand, cocoa grower, Island Growers, Hotel Chocolate. And to conduct this wonderful session, we're going to invite this wonderful young man, moderator Raheem Augustine Joseph. Please give him a round of applause, Raheem. So,
testing one. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I like that. So, let me thank you again for taking the time on this Saturday to be with us. And thank the gentleman here with me. So, let's get straight into it. The truth is, when individuals, not you, because really you're the converted, you know. When we speak of agriculture, people think immediately of bananas, and normally they say Sahamo, right? So today we're not talking about bananas, at least not right now. So each of you, tell me about your areas of expertise within the agricultural sector, and tell us essentially about yourself while weaving that into the area of expertise. Anybody could go first.
Hi, my name is, hello, can y'all hear me?
Mike.
Hi, my name is Mike Louis Fanan. I'm representing. Hello. All right, better. My name is Mike Louis Fanan. I'm representing Dominic Estate and Jeremiah Louis Fanan. We predominantly grow cocoa, mangoes, and coconut. Did y'all not hear anything I just said, or no? All right. All right, well, I heard that I was talking too soft. So, again, my name is Mike Louis Fanan. I represent cocoa, coconuts, and mangoes, but predominantly cocoa. And I'm representing Dominic Estate and my dad, Jeremiah Louis Fanan.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sure.
Hello, hello. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Great to see everybody here interested in agriculture for the future. My name is Andre De Caries. I am the interim president of THC, the Herbal Cooperative, anticipating the legalization of cannabis to serve people in the cannabis industry.
All right, Richard Matthias, Ionola Apiculture Collective. I've been a beekeeper for many years. Believe in biodiversity, natural spaces, trying to keep it real, keep it natural. I think this is a great combination of persons and an environment to encourage more people to be getting into natural biodiversity and to help develop and keep this beautiful place green as it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So tell us right off the bat, gentlemen, tell us the specific contributions that your area within the agricultural sector can make to the wider St. Lucian population. Because believe you me, I could ask anybody by the road about what banana has done for us and they'll give me chapter and verse. But tell me what about your emerging areas and what contribution it has and can make.
Sure. I can give you a little bit about apiculture. Other than honey, which everybody knows you can get from bees, bees are pollinators, and everything you see pretty much around you is pollinated by bees. So if it's not bees, either some natural pollinator is helping these plants and life to develop. And with the absence of pollinators, there wouldn't really be much life. He would have no cocoa, and he definitely would have no cannabis. So life is, pollinators, it's kind of like on subjects like this, I like to talk in broad brushes, not just about bees, but pollinators in general facilitate all living things. Not just foods for humans to eat, but foods for other wildlife, other living organisms on this planet to consume. So we are the invisible web that binds everything together. So that's what pollinators do to the environment.
He is the first. Pancho, tell us.
Well, cannabis has been around for 4,000 years. So in Chinese pharmacopoeia, in the Bible, it's been used by many civilizations for eons as a medicine, spiritually, to connect with whatever you believe is out there. And it's only in the 1930s that they made it illegal, but it was a very important plant and has many, many uses. And we believe if we have a integrated, diversified, organic agricultural system, when you look out there, everything is really random. And what has happened is that monoculture crops and agrochemicals have just destroyed the environment, and we need to get back to a more organic situation, as Richard has just described. And cannabis is one of the plants that survives, and it's very resilient to harsh conditions while still producing good yields. And it could be integrated with other crops. So that's the sort of model we should be looking at in this small island nation.
Thank you.
Well, hello. Hello? Okay. We here at Hotel Chocolat, Dominique Estate is a big cocoa production farm. I would say we have 18 acres of just cocoa alone. And Hotel Chocolat has probably been one of the suppliers that we sell to the most. So if you look in the back where they have that Rabbit Estate coffee, there's a little blackboard on the left side. We also do coffee, and my dad's name is also on that for a coffee supplier. So I think cocoa and coffee are two crops that we can develop in the upcoming future, or even right now, where globally coffee has gone up in price, as well as cocoa, and everybody loves chocolate, whether it's the darker chocolate, the milk chocolate, everybody loves chocolate. And I guess around Christmas, Easter times, you see the sale price go up for like Easter bunnies, and everybody eats chocolate during Christmas or hot cocoa. So I think that's two things that we can explore in the upcoming future that can give farmers and agriculture a boost in the industry.
Thank you very much. Pancho, I'm going back to you because the truth is we've been talking about cannabis for 10 years, at least in a very formal way, right? People will say, well, are we too late in the game, or are we ever going to get in the game, recognizing that St. Vincent and the other countries have gone far ahead? Is there any advantage of getting in right now? But also, what differentiates St. Lucian cannabis? Maybe you'll tell me the quality, but we'll get to that separately. What separates ours from others that will give us that advantage?
Well, I think there's a misconception that because Jamaica and St. Vincent went first, that their models are better than the model that we are producing. But I think we've been at it in terms of advocacy for much longer, so the nation of St. Lucia kind of gets where we want to go, where we don't want foreign investors taking over. We still want the people that... Thank you, yeah.
Clap for that. We can clap for that.
So we try to design a system. We are the only CARICOM territory that has a cooperative model. And I'm the interim president, just trying to get it off the ground. But we are the major stakeholders. Within the membership, there are guys who juggle for a living and guys who grow for a living. And we don't want to legalize and put these guys out of business. So we've created the cooperative model. Now, what has happened in St. Vincent and Jamaica is that the major stakeholders, Rastafari, has been completely left out of the game and treated just like anybody else. And that is treachery, because these people, their families, they've been discriminated against, they've been jailed, sometimes murdered, because of their association with the plant and just being an agriculturalist or juggling some herb. So there must be some proprietary justice. And the cooperative model, we sort of tied to international drug law treaties, so we have some parameters that we could work within. So we're doing our best to work within those parameters while appeasing the people, the major stakeholders.
Thank you very much for that, Pancho. Ladies and gentlemen, give you a hand, put your hands together for that. Tell us about the niche products beyond, or that comes out rather, from honey, recognizing that for a long time, whether it be any of the raw materials, we stand the risk of essentially selling it overseas, it being manufactured along the value chain into something else, and it being sold to us at exorbitant prices. How can we add value to the raw materials that we are speaking about today?
Very good question. One of the things that we have been looking at in apiculture, especially in the honey that we produce, is looking at the antibacterial properties of it. Some research has been done. One of our pioneers out of Grenada, Dr. Val Majesimi, has been working with Harvard University, and they've come up with some really impressive statistics with the honey coming out of Grenada, or her particular honey, that it far surpasses the quality of Manuka honey. So if we really wanted to develop a niche market for honey, is really we need to invest more money in research and development. This is something we've been doing through grants from Jeff SGP UNDP, Mr. Romulus is St. Lucia office here. And also we have a project which we've been working with the OECS Commission to establish a common apiculture policy for the OECS so that we could try to harmonize the development of the sector within the OECS, and also to try to develop a 5-year work plan so that we can all collectively, in numbers, we're a collection of small islands, but we have so much biodiversity and medicinal plants in those small islands that our honey is very unique in quality, and we just need to apply the research over a period of time that we can prove this point. Because basically, Manuka honey in New Zealand, it tastes. Anybody here tried Manuka honey? How does it taste? All right, it tastes terrible. But it's the most expensive honey in the world, or one of the most expensive honeys in the world, where we've got our beautiful Caribbean honey that is full of medicinal properties. All the things, the boaden, the glycida, all these beautiful plants that have known medicinal properties, this is what our bees are feeding on. So if you consume that honey, you're going to get that goodness and those medicinal properties within inside of you. So it's important that we spend a little money in research and development over time so that we can do the same statistics that Manuka honey has done, we could do for our OECS honey as a grouping together. One of the things that you should look out for by the end of this year, we're going to showcase it. I'm going to let a little secret out. We're going to showcase it at this year's Caribbean Week of Agriculture in St. Kitts and Nevis. It's going to be a little box set of honeys from across the OECS that you can buy as a single unit. So as somebody coming out from the Caribbean, you could buy a box set and you can say, oh, this is a little bit of honey from St. Kitts. This is a little bit of honey from St. Lucia. And you could taste and see which one you prefer, which one you like. And that could generate a brand. We're trying to generate an OECS brand so that we can sell our honey collectively at a good value. And as the research and development comes in, we'll add more information and maybe get a couple of cents more here and there to develop the sector. So that's from me where we're going.
Thank you very much for that. Tell us some of the challenges to your production and exporting, or even just local production and selling.
Some of the challenges we have is in the off season or during rainy season, hurricane season, a lot of the unforeseen damages with the weather. That's like our major issue. But other than that, we have to do the off-season pruning, fertilizing, fungicides, weedicide. And we try to do it in an organic or mostly organic way. We don't use too much chemicals on our farm. We try to not use as much fertilizers on the farm as well. But we still do to make it marketable, but not as much as I see other farmers or other farms do. So that's one. Another challenge that we have is with the weather, we have a drainage issue problem, and sometimes the government do come in and give advice or even little programs that run courses like drainage or pruning, but it's not something that we need a little more help with that, because that's some of the things that or issues that we have during season where we don't have that the amount that we want. That production is not really there because of those issues in the off season. So for farmers such as myself, in the off season is almost more important than during the season, because we kind of have to facilitate all these protective measures and all these measures for the farm and terrain in the off season. So that's one of my issues. So yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to you in almost about 3 minutes for your questions, so you can have with the panelists. But I'll get to you in a bit, Pancho, but you're relatively young. I mean, you're probably about 2 years older than me. How are you encouraging other young people who are saying, this agriculture thing, you see this hot sun? I'm not doing that. And probably that's why I didn't do it in secondary school, pass form free. But tell us, How are you encouraging young people to be part of this sector?
Well, for me, it is very difficult because, yeah, we do cocoa and other crops, but I'm also a livestock farmer. I have a lot of goats. So it's kind of hard to get young people into farming. And one of the things, like, I always hear farmers, like, if you think of a farmer, you would think somebody in like an old van, raggedy clothes, and someone not as marketable to the young people nowadays. So you kind of have to let them know that, okay, yes, it's hard work, but it's also lucrative if you know what you're doing or you plan properly. So it's like any other business. You can't just, let's say, open a business and just say, yeah, I'm selling things. You kind of have to take the necessary measures, look at your strengths, your weaknesses, see what you can do to, create the best possible profits for your business. So it's the same thing with farming. I mean, yeah, there's the ups and downs, but if you know how to move in a certain type of way and you apply a business and you're dedicated, you keep at it, there is ways of making money. So one, I market myself not like a farmer. I don't dress in old clothes. I do sometimes, don't get me wrong, but sometimes when I do have to speak to people in a farmer forum like today, I don't come in like older clothes or in an old vehicle or something like that. I try to market myself a little different so young people can say, oh, this guy is in farming, he don't even look like a farmer. And a lot of the times I do get that. They're like, when I go out with my dad to different forums, they're always like, this guy does not look like a farmer. He looks like this like hot shot kind of guy, like, But I'm like, half of the time these people don't even know I be doing most of the work on the farm. So it's like I try and give people a different perspective and a different face for farming in a sense. So that's one way I put my impact on farming.
So do you have a vehicle with FAR at the back, or?
No, I don't. It's a straight plate. My dad has the FAR.
You're definitely a hot shot. Tell us quickly, Pancho, what do we need to do in a very concrete way to move us from where we are currently with the cannabis industry to this sort of future of Caribbean agriculture with cannabis as the central focus? Of course, you're starting it with the honey, with the bees, and he is following from you.
Would you mind if I go back to the youth in agriculture? The average age of a St. Lucian farmer is 65 years.
Wow.
That's the average age of a St. Lucian farmer. Many of these young men who are illegally growing cannabis are in their 20s and 30s. And when you look at them, as Mikey said, Mikey doesn't appear as a farmer. When I look at some of these little ghetto youths, they don't look like they're too smart. They just look like bad boys. And then I have a conversation with them. And then I realize, holy crap, this guy knows more than me. So these young men in the ghetto, looking at YouTube, educating themselves, these are the food producers of the future. But you have to lure these guys into the fields. You have to make farming attractive to them. And because they're ganja men, most of them, it is a pleasure for them to go in the field as opposed to a task. So this is how you lure the young men in. Many of our members, even though they grow cannabis, they also grow other crops. So they're not just strictly cannabis farmers. So these are the people that are going to feed St. Lucia. So this is how we hoping that cannabis starts an agricultural renaissance, something like that.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off what Pancho was saying. A lot of the times I employ a lot of people from the Fosse Jacques community, and Fosse Jacques is known for cannabis a lot. So a lot of the times when I try to employ some of these young guys, the first thing is like, where the weed at? And it's like, no, I'm actually doing cocoa. I'm doing mangoes today. So a lot of the times, an initiative that Pancho is using is marijuana to lure young people in, and I think that's one of the ways you can lure young people in because, one, they're users, and marijuana is a lucrative crop, so that's definitely one of the ways that you can lure people into farming again.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I have about 1,000 steps I need to get in today, so I will use you to do that. Any questions, comments, queries, concerns? Let's keep the questions as brief as possible. That will determine if I get...
Everyone, It's not a question. First one is to Pancho. We were speaking about marijuana, but what about hemp? It's a vast industry, clothing, rope, etc., etc. I also want to recognize Richard for the apiculture. He does an apiculture course. So all of you who are interested in beekeeping, I'm new to it, and that's something you could speak to him about.
Yeah, well, initially when we submitted our project proposal to the government in 1998, it was a industrial hemp proposal, because 26 years ago, to say that we would be here right now, if I had suggested that back then, there would have been even greater pushback. But it all started off with hemp, because you could make so many value-added products with hemp. And we are looking at that. Madam Emma Hippolyte was speaking about a fashion industry. We used to have Bell Fashions employing 250 women, top of the line stuff. And I believe, well, we can't grow hemp to make fabric, economies of size and scale, but we could definitely import hemp material and hire 250 women and single mothers and make high-end garments for export and to clothe our people. That is a very possible scenario. So yes, hemp, we're still looking at hemp, Gail.
Thank you, Pancho.
All right, thank you everyone for being here, and this is such a great discussion. I have a question about scale. So all of you are mentioning these products at a very small scale right now, right? I think the CEO of this hotel mentioned this, that we have more demand than we have supply. Honey is going to be the same thing. Manuka honey is, New Zealand is much bigger than we are, even the OECS. So how do we scale without damaging, you mentioned biodiversity, without reducing this around us, right? The natural environment that we have, the forests that we have. How do we scale, yet maintain our biodiversity?
Sure, that's a great question. For beekeepers, we love this. We wouldn't change a thing. It would stay. Our footprint to put down 100 colonies is relatively small. And you wouldn't put down 100 colonies one place, you maybe put down 25 or 50 one place and another 50 somewhere else. So you could take, one of the things you will learn from beekeeping, if you come on my course, you'll learn this, is that different locations will give different flavors and different colors of honey. So if you're in the south of the island, you more get a darker honey, more floral, more floral flavors, floral tones, where in the north, you got a little more fruitiness to the honey in the middle of the year. In the beginning of the year, it's very flowery. So scale is something that we really need to look at. I think the average beekeeper in St. Lucia is probably somewhere around 25 hives or less. There are very few commercial beekeepers in St. Lucia or in the Caribbean in itself. In the policy work that we've been doing and the training that we've done across the Caribbean, there are a number of skill sets that are holding back scalability. One of these skill sets would be the skill of queen rearing, how to make queens. It's something that needs to be, we have a team, myself, John Frederick, I think Jegs at the back, all of us know how to make queens, and we do queens and we give away queens. We've done a number of those over the course of the year. The second thing that's holding back scalability is cost of equipment. Hive box is quite expensive to build the box, the frames, the wax foundation sheets. So it's the capital expense to start is quite expensive, but once you're going, it's a reusable item, so you just keep on using and using and using it. So your initial cash flow, your ROI on this, within 2 years, less than 2 years, you should be able to get back your investment at whatever size. So if you go for 50 colonies and you spend maybe $50,000 or $60,000 investment, you should be able to get that money back within 2 years and double up the number of bees you have the following year. So it's really just But the problem is not as simple as that because there's a lot of skill involved in apiculture. And a lot of people need to get over their, first of all, fear of bees and getting stung. And you have to realize, you know, you're a beekeeper, you're going to get stung. It comes with the territory. Just look at it as a weekly COVID shot, not all natural, that's not going to kill you. All right? And probably prolong your life. But once you can get over those hurdles and master the craft, and start produce, and your colonies start to produce for you, and you'll have colonies at different locations across the island. It's quite profitable, and I think, you know, once you get into, we need to probably work as groups first of all to grow the industry, get small clusters of 5 or 10 people to work together, and then as those bees grow, you know, everybody can diversify into their own direction, but maintain that central apiary to keep on giving everybody bees. So there's, I think it's just capital investment and the skill sets probably really been holding back the industry. To sum it up, thank you.
One, two, three.
Big voice, big voice, big voice.
Yeah, I can hear from here. A couple of quick questions. What about honey? What about cocoa?
1, 2, 3.
First of all, I used to live in Trinidad. Took some honey from here. Custom seed.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
So if we're going to encourage trade, how do we overcome these hurdles? And then on the cocoa, my great-grandparents planted a lot of cocoa and coffee, and it's rotting on the trees. Can we set up some kind of cooperative where somebody can go and collect all that because there's a shortage and actually market it for the island?
Go ahead, man. I spoke enough. I'll speak after.
Okay, for cocoa, like I said, cocoa is really in demand right now, and I don't even think there's enough supply locally or sometimes even regionally for the demand. So you have Hotel Chocolat, which is where we're at right now. They, like I said, they take most of our cocoa, and we have had a relationship with them for years now. There's also Cocoa Sedley. There's so many people that make cocoa sticks and do stuff with chocolate. So for cocoa, the market is there. As for people to go and collect it, or cooperative where you go and collect it, for me, I know that never really works. I know you have to kind of like pay your own workers, collect it, and I don't sell dry beans, I sell wet beans. So once you pick it, you cut it, you put it in bucket, drum, whatever, and you sell it one time. But there is so many outlets for cocoa. Hotel Chocolat we have a great relationship, and we've been working for a few years, and we give most of them our cocoa.
Thank you very much.
I can answer the honey one for you. As to regards to honey, moving honey from Trinidad from St. Lucia to Trinidad, there's a honey act in Trinidad that prohibits the importation of all honey within 1 mile of their borders. That is going to change towards the end of this year. The act has been working on. I'm also the president of the Association of Caribbean Beekeeping Organizations, and we've been liaising directly with working with persons from within the sector in Trinidad, and we're trying to harmonize what we're doing here in the OECS to influence what happens in Trinidad in a positive way, so that there's certain elements to honey testing, proof of country of origin, and so forth that we're looking at, so that if we can get that model right in the Eastern Caribbean for the OECS, that could be duplicated at a larger scale for the whole entire CARICOM region.
I have one comment for the guy with the cocoa. And I've been hearing that a lot about the youths, like young men don't want to work, and you employ young fellas, they don't want to come. There is a catch to that. If we involve technology into agriculture, you can pull in the youths, because you have drones, you have data collection with devices in agriculture. You could put heat monitors, let the youths and them be monitoring the youth soil, monitoring content, water content, so you can pull the younger fellas for introducing technology into agriculture, so you'll get all the youthsmen coming. But because in Belize, now a lot of the young boys are flying drones, spraying biopesticide, and we're talking about the agriculture company there, and I never heard nobody talk about biopest. You see, so one of the biggest things, even for the bees, if we keep on putting pesticide and not biopesticide, our bees will be diminishing in soon because you're killing the bees with the pesticide. It's an insect. So if we're talking about agriculture, let me think about first biopesticide, which will protect the bees and all our health conscious too. And for the youth, let me try to introduce technology into agriculture.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. If you can ask that question in 5 seconds, and you can promise me the response will be 5 seconds, then I can give you the mic.
Good day, good evening. It's nice to be here today. I have a question with regards to hemp and honey and cocoa. I would like to know, I'm interested in knowing how has been the transition into the market, the local market and international market been? How has the experience been? How welcoming has it been, or how difficult has it been?
That's not 5 seconds. That's not 5 second response.
Here's what I can do. At the end of this panel, can you just share that information with her? 5 seconds. 5 seconds. I can't go more than that.
Okay, for the cannabis, we wouldn't be able to export flower. We would be able to export extracts, so value-added products, but we would not, cannabis bud flower cannot be transported over international borders. So we're going to bring tourists here to experience our cannabis.
For honey, we could pretty much move honey throughout the Caribbean, with the exception of St. Lucia and Trinidad and Tobago. I've exported honey to Barbados quite easily with no problems. Getting into North American markets and European markets, a little more difficult, but it's quite easy to do. The only thing is that the price points that we enjoy in the Caribbean doesn't really make sense me exporting to a market where there's metric tons of honey being produced, unless we have an established niche market in one of these countries where there are people from the region that want their home honey and are willing to pay the price.
Yeah. Ladies, 5 seconds. 5.
I was just gonna say for cocoa, it's the same thing. We can't compete with like an Africa or South America, but we do have one of the best cocoas in the world, and we have so much demand here on island that we don't really try to go and export. We just work with our local suppliers to meet the demand, and that's been working out fine for us.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have. Give the panelists a round of applause. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rahim. Let's give it up for the panelists. And the weed and the herb, because trust me, I am a Rasta baby, and I have this vision for skincare product using the weed. So I don't know how yet, but just look for me. It had to happen. At some point in time, it will happen. Listen, this is a vital thing that we're making joke with, you know. Pancho, don't play with me, you know. Come in, you know. Or let's tell Pancho I come in through, you know. We've got to get into so much more, you know. We got to bust all of the myths. You know, I don't know. You may have your own opinion, and I respect it. But I have always had a problem trying to figure out how it is that a plant in the earth that the master God himself put there is illegal. I don't know. And then we consuming so much. Anyways, that's for another show. Yeah, I digress a little bit. Not really. You know, it's conversation to be had. But You know what? You could find these members of the panel who are just on this first balcony chat. They're going to be around for the day. If you'd like to continue any conversation with them, I guess you guys know who I'll be continuing conversation with. You can definitely do that. Time now. Those of you who just joined us, welcome. I see families here. Listen, this is going to be one big thing. All you understand what's going on here? I don't feel all you understand. All you get it or no? You see this thing right here? This Unconference? In about 6 years from now, watch all your coconuts, because trust me, I got a room here for you all. You all that started, it's a go have a room here for you all. And I can see this being something that people are going to be traveling all across the region to attend. This is a vision. This is what I'm seeing right here. Are you feeling this? Oh gosh, well, let we make noise because we are the first set of people to start this now. This is not a small thing. This is a big thing. Let me hear you say it. This is a big thing. A big one indeed. That is small. Wonderful. So here's what. We've got another balcony chat that's going to happen because this is what it is. It's a hub bringing together fashion because Kitty and I come out here, we sweep the whole hotel chocolate. We had to send it with Bill just now, but that is all right. You know, it's not just about the fashion and the food and, you know, the future of agriculture, the future of connectivity, the future of sustainability, the future of economic growth. You understand? This food security. All you listen, health. I don't know about you, but I've been feeling very guilty them days when I watch the kind of things I've been putting in myself. And I'm calling it food. This is not a joke. We need to understand we've been doing a lot of nonsense with ourselves, and unless we understand this is right here where we need to come back, we'll be having some sad futures as far as our health is concerned. Health is definitely wealth, and that's just not a cliche statement. This is the real deal, and we've got to start putting some effort into it. I want to bring on the next panelist, of course, a hub for bringing all of the platforms together. Who's going to make this whole wheel turn in the right direction? So the next group of panelists, let me go down again, and let me introduce this time we are talking banking on agriculture. All right, so sitting in on this panel, we've got Lucius Elovic, who is the general manager of the Library Cooperative Credit Union. Let's please welcome. Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful. And we also have Tracy Polius, the Chief Director of Policy at the ECCB. Give her a round of applause, please, and thank you. And of course, again, we hand things over to our moderator, Raheem Joseph, to facilitate the conversation. Thank you, Raheem.
Thank you very much. So let me thank you both for being here. And let's get underway right away. So tell us in a very short way, obviously, about yourself and your organization, just for those of us who may not know.
Okay, Lucius Elevic, General Manager of the Library Cooperative Credit Union. I probably have a very long history with cooperatives in St. Lucia. My whole agenda is to try to create more livelihoods in agriculture. Looking at St. Lucia, we still, if I have to put some economics in it, we still have that kind of duality in terms of we are trying to be modern, we are trying to look at tourism as the engine of growth, but there's still the other hand where there are quite a bit of opportunities that may be had in agriculture. And so I'm indeed very passionate about helping to generate more livelihoods, successful livelihoods in agriculture.
Thank you very much.
So I'm Tracy Polius, and I work with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. That is your central bank, the bank that issues the Eastern Caribbean dollar. I'm sure everybody has that in their wallet today. I work in policy, so much of my work has to do with the design of reforms to the financial sector mostly, but the wider economy as well, to ensure that we have the foundation for economic growth and the foundation for financial development. So that is where my work is, doing reforms that will enable growth in the economy.
Thank you very much for that. Now, a lot of financial institutions that I speak to, at least other people speak to, say a few things. They say the land that the farmers own is community land. They say climate change has killed all of the crops and things, so they can't invest. They say, oh, this thing volatile. They say, oh, these people too old, they don't have enough collateral and security, all sorts of things. All of these are reasons why financial institutions do not bank on agriculture. How has your organization said that, hello, none of these things are actually true? And tell the audience why and how your financial institution banks on agriculture.
Mr. Sir, at Library Credit Union, we are not a bank, we are better. Okay, all the factors the factors you cite there can probably go to any kind of business model. Be it tourism, be it opening up a bakery, there are always issues of, not really uncertainties, but let us say risks. There are also always risks associated with all kind of business enterprise. If you talk about, even from a statistics point of view, it is what you call a binomial function. It may succeed, it may not succeed. So when I hear, and even let us look at data, in my credit union, it is true that when you look at the percentage of agribusiness loans, it is probably small compared to the rest of the portfolio. But my farmers are the least delinquent in the portfolio. So when I hear banks talking about the risk associated, and the other point about the lies, most time when a farmer comes to you, a lot of times it is just for what I call short-term loans, to finance production, to finance a few bits of maybe capital equipment, compared to the millions that these banks have no horrors giving. But somebody wants a little $20,000. All of a sudden, we understand all the volatility that is associated with agriculture. Betties.
I really need to find out how many of you
are members of Library Credit Union.
All right, members of the church. All right. Many of you from the Independent Republic of Library, I could see. So I want to hear from Ms. Polius, because I'm from Chozel. Well, Nelsie and I. Anyway, Ms. Polius, talk to us.
So my institution is not a bank. We are a central bank. And like I say, we do reforms to facilitate. So for instance, in St. Lucia, and that goes back to my 10 years PS Economic Development, we had the passage of the insolvency bill and the secure transactions reform. Both of those pieces of legislations are reforms designed to help people to be able to access credit. So you have a small business, you are a farmer, there was a hurricane, you perhaps were marginal before the hurricane. After the hurricane, it becomes very difficult. So the insolvency bill now, it comes into play because it will help you restructure your business. So now you don't just have to shut down and sell your assets to pay off the bank, but now that piece of legislation allows you to be able to restructure and come better and be able to bring your business back to life. So that's the insolvency. Secure transaction allows you now to utilize your assets apart from your immovable assets, say your land. You could use your tools, you could use other assets, your accounts receivable, to be able to access credit. So that's an these are two examples of legislation that allows you to be able to access credit and improve your business over time. Now at the central bank currently we are undertaking another reform, and that one is called the Office for Financial Conduct and Inclusion. This is a regulator that will look at how financial institutions, how banks do business with their clients. Are they taking advantage of them? You know, are they ethical in the course of doing business with their with the farmers who are present there, small businesses, to ensure these people are not taken advantage of. So there will be rules and regulations, and those banks would have to report on how they do business with their clients. And that is called a market conduct regulator.
Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, similarly, we will come to you with some of your questions and concerns. I think you should probably spend some time writing or putting in AI so you could have as the least amount of words as possible. So spend the time doing that. Let me get back to you. Beyond lending, what are some of the other services that your bank that is better provides, or better bank?
That's conflation, so you can't use bank with cooperatives.
Okay,
No,
the
it's
library
a
cooperative.
misnomer.
Okay, so what are the other services that the library cooperatives use as part of assisting farmers?
Okay, one of the interesting thing is I also am an avid, let's call it agriculturist. We have an alliance with the Black Bay Farmers Cooperative, where we call it, well, there's an entity we created called the Library Union of Cooperatives. Well, Library Credit Union, as the central bank of Library, then you have the situation where you have the Farmers Cooperative and you have the Fishers Cooperative. So then we lend support both in terms of managerial support and financial support to these other entities. The whole notion is helping to create a strong community economy. And so even the acts and the policies that my colleague is mentioning there, some of them we indeed welcome them in terms of the kinds of securities that can now be held as collateral for a loan. And so, Mr. Moderator, before I even forget, let me tell you.
Tell me.
I am awaiting for the passage of the legislation that will say that Library Credit Union can finance the production of cannabis in St. Lucia. Okay, and the other thing, when we listen to my friend Richard talking about epiculture, I sometimes feel a little sad in terms of the amount of effort, even in terms of finance, that has been pumped in that area. And when I look at, I'm yet to really be convinced that we have some real serious livelihoods being generated from that. So Library Credit Union, again, yes, we'll be more than happy. And one of the things, in a kind of way answering your question, we are a membership-based organization. If, let us say, I have 10 members who actually generate livelihoods from the honey sector, I definitely would be willing to hire consultants to service the skills needs, to service the emerging technology that may be appropriate for furthering the production of honey. So this essential is we are responsive. We are responsive. The same way a large percentage of our members are fishermen, not very much. Now, one of the things that has happened is agriculture, when you look at the GDP, agriculture now contributes less and less to the GDP. And however, it is still significant. And so, yes, we are getting involved. We are responsive. We respond to needs.
Thank you very much for. I don't know why you're laughing, you know. Ms. Polius, tell us about how recognizing the region's own problems with climate change and vulnerabilities. Tell us how you add climate resilience as part of that package, as part of that full menu when you engage with members within the agricultural community.
So before I do that,
Please
I want to also put a plug for an initiative that we have started in collaboration with the Eastern Caribbean Bankers Association to bring to bring more people into the financial sector. And it is called the initiative, it's called a basic bank account. So we all know that lots of people have been having difficulties with the bank in terms of opening bank accounts because of AML, CFT requirements. These are international requirements that have been imposed on developing countries. And people have to provide proof of address. They have to come up with 2 pieces of ID. The basic bank account is a low-risk instrument that has been designed in collaboration with the ECCU Bankers Association to allow for people who don't have proof of address, who don't have 2 pieces of ID, to enter the banking system. So if you make less than $46,000 a year, for instance, you could come with 1 piece of ID and no proof of address and open your bank account at a bank. This initiative was launched in April, and already I think Bank of St. Lucia in St. Lucia is offering a basic bank account.
Yeah. Because there was that element of hypocrisy. You want to be inclusive. How many St. Lucians have 2 pieces of ID? Unless St. Lucia don't have a passport, but you want me to have a passport, a driver license, a national ID, Akukadima, you want to be inclusive? Hooray to bank up to the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank.
I don't know why you have any challenges with 30 seconds, please. I don't know how there's any challenges with ID cards because the library have their own ID cards. So, national ID, library card, that's 2, right? Ms. Paulius, tell us quickly, because you said you were not done answering the question as yet.
Well, I didn't answer my question.
Okay.
But we don't interface with the public when it comes to agriculture. But what we do is to support our member countries in terms of implementing reforms to support growth. And what we've done in that regard is that we are working with the World Bank and some of our member countries to establish what we call the Caribbean Renewable Energy Facility. And that will be a facility that will allow countries to be able to transition to renewable energy technologies. So participating countries such as St. Lucia, Grenada, I think St. Vincent, these countries people would be able now to access loans to be able to transition to solar PV, wind energy, and so on. So that is yet another initiative that we are implementing to support the development of our countries and also to support climate resilience, because we know many of our farms are not electrified and therefore persons would be able to access to, for solar energy and so on.
Much, ladies and gentlemen, over to you. So, questions, comments, queries, concerns, again, remember. For 30 seconds, I take mic.
Thank you so much for your energy today. So I'm not going to give you any question. My question is for Ms. Paulius. As a policymaker, I want you to understand that the Caribbean regional banks are often criticized for not just being punitive, but for having predatory lending practices, particularly to women, women farmers who are not atypical. You spoke earlier about some legislation that would possibly look at assets and selling, but what I want you to recognize is that majority of farmers don't have assets. So of what assets are they going to get and sell? So these things need to be considered. Secondly, you spoke about a basic bank account which Bank of St. Lucia will be offering. And one of your criteria is, you mentioned $36,000. Are we saying that people who open these accounts should only make $36,000? Shouldn't we make these practices more and possibly change the rules? And I understand that we are affected by FATCA and ATCA and Americans and the Europeans telling us, but isn't there anything we can do in the region that can help prevent those predatory lending practices? And also, sorry, before I continue, outside of the banks, there are quite a few institutions. I know it's a lot to take in, but we only have a short time. There are quite a lot of institutions in St. Lucia at the moment who are offering farmers 46% interest rate. They tell them it's 2, they tell them it's free. But because the people don't understand, these things adversely affect them, and the majority of the people affected are women and farmers. So what can you as a policymaker do to help us?
Okay, to begin on the issue of predatory lending, these are exactly the types of practices that the Office for Financial Conduct and Inclusion will be looking at. Now, this office will be made possible by the passage of legislation in our 8 member countries. And that legislation is called the Banking Amendment Bill. Right? That bill is now an act in 4 of our member countries: Antigua, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts Nevis, and there's one more, but I forget. It's 4 member countries. We are awaiting passage in St. Lucia. So go to your PAL rep and ask them what happened to the banking amendment bill, when it's going to be passed. And this piece of legislation is going to allow us to establish that Office for Financial Conduct and Inclusion. And one of the issues that we are going to look at when that office is established is exactly predatory lending. How do banks lend to their customers, the interest rates, and all of those fees and charges, and all of those practices. So all of the conduct, how the banks behave in the market, will be examined by that Office for Financial Conduct and Inclusion. Currently, there is no legislation that allows us to regulate how the banks do business. We could regulate how their financial statements look like, but we need that banking amendment bill to be passed in St. Lucia. So ask your representative, right? Encourage them to pass the bill. So that is one. Then you asked about the secure transactions legislation. This piece of legislation doesn't allow you to sell your assets. It allows you to leverage your assets. And the assets include accounts receivable, what money you have outstanding. Previously, you were not able to leverage that, right? So that is an asset. Your tools, right? So all of that can be leveraged for you to be able to, for farmers to be able to access credit. There's not much that can be done about FATCA and CFT and all of those, because these are international requirements. They are, however, risk-based, and what we can do is look at our implementation of this legislation, how we assess the risk. Because sometimes what we do is that we look at the legislation and we say we cannot do anything, you need 2 pieces of ID. But there is scope for the banks to assess the risk and be able to be more lenient in some cases. And that discussion we are having with our Bankers Association so that they can know what cases and where they could be, the spaces they could be more lenient and how they could apply the rules. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Is this on? Okay, yeah. So to both Lucius and Tracy, well, both of your feedback is appreciated. But the consensus among young people were hesitant to take on debts beyond the credit card, whether it be fear that our assets will be seized and sold, or that we're not be able to manage it effectively. So I'd like to hear from both of you, what are some solutions, strategies we could use in terms of managing debt, whether it be from a cooperative society or from a bank?
The whole question.
Oh, well, I wanted to comment about the previous interventions the 2 of you made. One of the things, I work with vulnerable populations, and one of the things we have recognized is that persons in the vulnerable community, they cannot access the banking institutions to get funding to grow their money. So you need collateral. You need somebody to it's coming. Sorry, yes. Yeah, you need somebody to be your co-signer. Yes, thank you. So persons have difficulty accessing institutions. They cannot get loans to grow their business. And also, I'm heartened to know that it's one form of ID now, that they have that opportunity to have one form of ID and be able to open a bank account. But also, we need to ensure that we have financial literacy for those persons. Financial literacy, so that they understand the value of opening those bank accounts. They understand the value of how to budget, how to save their money, grow the money. Because at the end of the day, it all comes down to supporting livelihoods to ensure that we have food security at the national level. So all of these things have to be taken into account to ensure that we help the vulnerable persons be part of the community, be economic inclusive, and be able to support their own livelihoods.
Thank you very much. You could get to that question earlier.
Okay, yes, the whole question of being risk averse, being debt averse, We are talking about a situation where we're looking at an enterprise. And then the question of taking debt financing, well, in financing an enterprise, probably two ways. Equity, you pump in your savings into the business to start up, or you take a loan to start the business. I always say that if you fear to take a loan, are you saying that you fear the success of the business? If you're telling me you came up with such a wonderful business plan that suggests all the kinds of revenues you're going to generate in the first year, and that is why I don't trust business plans. I give very little value to business plans. When somebody comes to me, two things I test: your skill and your passion. Whatever you say you want to go into, you want to bake bread. Have you ever baked a loaf in your life? No. So why you come and ask me to open a bakery? So these are two things, as I said. But to advance it to the point, yes, the persons fall on the spectrum of being totally averse to debt, and at the other extreme where they use debt like an ATM machine. But however, yes, it should be contextualized within your ability to pay. So young people, we seem not to fear the credit card as though we'd have to pay it back. And you have to pay it back at 25% interest, but access, we seem to be clouded by that, it is readily available in our pockets. Charge it, charge it, charge it. But in the other instance, we claim to be risk averse in terms of taking debt when you then have to come to a financial institution. So let us tie it to ability to pay, please.
So to answer this, just a bit on the youth and the risk averse. Most of us come from poor backgrounds, and really and truly, we cannot achieve much if we don't face the bank. So that fear...
Under credit union.
Under credit union, sorry. Yes. So that fear of debt is something that we should try to dispense with. But what we should look at is, one, affordability, and two, productivity. How productive, as Elivic said, is that debt? What are we borrowing for, right? And how can we deliver on what we are borrowing for? If we're borrowing for Carnival Fete and all of that, then we should be afraid. But if we are borrowing for commercial ventures, for entrepreneurship, so that we could, provide for our families and have better livelihoods, we should look after it. The issue of guarantors, right? The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, in collaboration with member countries, has established what we call, and I don't think we do a lot of enough awareness about that, the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee. Go to your banks and credit unions, ask them about the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee, ECPCGC. Small businesses can get a partial guarantee for their businesses. Go ask your bankers about it. And if they don't give you the information, call the central bank. Go to the ECCB office and find out about it, because you should be able to get a guarantee for a viable small business, right? So that is one. And on the literacy, the Office of Financial Conduct and Inclusion will also have a financial literacy mandate. We recognize it's important that people understand money. They understand how to manage their money. They understand how to make their money make money. And therefore, we have included a literacy mandate. So when that office gets off the ground, we will have a fine. So right now in October, we have Financial Literacy Month. All year round, we will be having Financial Literacy Month in collaboration with our partners, that is the commercial banks, the credit unions, and also maybe the media, to share the word and to bring programs about financial literacy and how people could manage their financial affairs.
Yeah, Mr. Elivic, I must say it's very commendable of you for finding alternative ways of assisting people, because we know what the challenges are with the bank. And that's what I want to say. It's very, very commendable, because that is the bottleneck in all areas of development. borrowing, lending money to do what you have to do. And so you know what the challenges are. You know, it's a whole heap of business plans and all of that. People don't read it, chuck it aside and all of that. So you being aware of that and creating the opportunity, I think that is very commendable, because that is the bottleneck we need to solve in development, all areas of development, giving people money to do their business.
You're now officially a Library resident.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, I just wanted to say, as a farmer, I'm a farmer myself, Chad Charles from Bogies Babuno. I plant in the Maki estate.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say that we really need to change the mentality of the bank and the credit union when it comes to giving farmers a loan. Because when you look at society today, the young people would leave school and they would get a job. Sometimes they barely make $2,000, and the bank would immediately give them a loan to buy a car, to do whatever it is. But sometimes farmers on a fortnightly basis go to Marcy and pick up checks of $14,000, $18,000, $27,000. And as soon as you enter these business establishments, the first thing they tell you, high risk. Oh, we cannot give it to you. Oh, what if a storm pass? What if this? But the same is high risk for everybody. Sometimes these people barely make $2,000 a month. So what is it that can be done?
You tell me a comment, there's a question.
Okay, yes, I'm willing to offer some feedback. I'm saying, some years ago, we honored one of the successful farmers in Labrie. He has stopped now, but every 6 years, he bought a new FAR. Compton had said FAR means farmers are rich, and that guy was actually rich. Every 6 years, he comes to me, Mr. Elivik Uzasav. And I had no problem in giving him the funds. He loved Nissan. I don't know why. I love Toyota. He loved Nissan. But he changes his van. So then the point is, yes, we have a history, a relations. We see his income. And then the question is the important thing in terms of the mindset. He had that entrepreneurial mindset. He had his work hours. He starts on the farm from 5. At 10, he goes to his home. He tells me, Soleil at our show. And he comes back in the afternoon. So he had it. So then the question is, I hear a lot of people talk, but of course it is risky. I hear a lot of people saying one of the major problems to agriculture is access of funds. I said they lie. One of the major problems that I encountered is not getting good business opportunities. That farmers coming up with good business opportunities, being able to seize opportunities in the market. That is the problem I have.
Thank you very much.
One last question. Okay, sorry for hogging the questions, but this is very... I just want to push back just a little, because you mentioned, if you have the skill and the passion. Agriculture, but what happens when the hurricane farmers to take on more? Can you hear me? Okay, so I'm saying that despite the fact that we have the passion, we have the skills, there are external factors. Climate change when it comes to farming is a big deal. St. Lucia has been spared a couple of times when it comes to those major storms. So we just saw a Category 5 storm just passes by, which means that the chances of being hit by storms are even higher and higher over time. What are some of the ways that banks can help farmers protect their assets? Because now you're saying put everything on the line, your tools, your car, your whatever you have. What are some of the ways we can protect them? Because those risks are pretty big, right? Climate change risks. How are we protecting the entrepreneur?
One of the things, but yeah, you're loading it.
Okay, this one kind of piggybacks off hers. The government recently announced that there would be insurance for farmers on an OECS level as it relates to damage from storms, etc. With that in mind, and the way that the credit unions are moving in terms of lending, how is ECCB supporting that? Because what we're getting, we understand the policy, and we understand what is happening on a credit union level. Some of the things that Mr. Elevic?
Uni Elevic, yes.
Thank you. As mentioned, but how is ECCB throwing their support behind the credit unions to ensure that the farmers that we claim to want to support have the necessary financial access that they need?
Okay, let me answer the first part. At one time, you were dabbling with parametric insurance. I remember that agency, what was ZI? Yes, CRIF has one, and there was another entity, I think that was kind of always sponsored by GIZ, had injected some funds into that. It had not gone very well. Then government is now taking a lean approach in terms of some elements of parametric insurance, looking at some crops. I think they talk about plantains, bananas, and some other crops. So yes, madam, there is need for some kind of insurance. We do understand the ravages and the frequency with which that our farmers may probably lose their entire holdings. I am saying, I know of a situation that every 5 years, a river washes its bank and carries away the irrigation system of a particular farmer. So what we have done at Library Credit Union is set up a buffer fund. We are a membership-based organization. These are our members. So we are saying they are vulnerable. So then at Black Bay Farmers Cooperative, what we are actually doing is putting aside some resources, and in the event that these unfortunate events do take place, that our members at least could get some new planting material from that buffer fund. So, small as it is, we are aware of it, and we are taking some kind of initiative to address the issue.
Thank you very much.
Matter avec Lucille, hein?
Is that the nerve? That has to be addressed via legislation. Yeah. So, to answer the last question, that has to be the current Electricity Supply Act. That would have to be amended to accommodate renewable energy transition. So I think I cannot speak for the government because I no longer work for the government, but I am aware that there is some work taking place on amending the Electricity Supply Act to allow for transitioning to renewables. So that's the last question. Chad, farmers are small businessmen too. They are small business women too. And go to your local bank, ask about the ECPCGC that will allow you to access credit more readily. That will allow for guarantees to access credit more readily. On the issue of insurance, the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, the CRIF, they still sell the parametric insurance products. I know that it was available at least one credit union in St. Lucia. I don't know where else it is available. That's something that we could probably find out and disseminate, but that product is still available. On the issue of policy and supporting credit unions, the ECCB does not regulate credit unions directly. The ECCB regulates commercial banks, but we do work with the local regulators, and we are working with them currently with a new regulatory regime. So that is an area where we could be looking at how can we help credit unions in the regulatory space support small business people better. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Gideon Augustine, Managing Director of Island Tech and a board member on the Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a Caribbean Export Certified ICT Advisor, and we also consult for ICA within the region. I heard Mr. Elevic talking about he's looking for consultants to support the farming sector, the agricultural sector. I was born and raised on a farm. My office is still based on a farm, Island Tech, and we're willing to partner with the Library Credit Union to support the customers and to support the sector. So just throw it out there.
Royalties to Helen daughters.
Of course.
Yeah, as a foreign St. Lucian national, I know that there is a problem with the banks because I experience it. I spent 3 hours trying to get a card, an ATM card. I would like to say that's unacceptable. Very unacceptable, very unprofessional. And the bank, we all know that the banks doesn't help when it comes to farmers getting loans. We're not here for stories, we're here for action. I'm here for solutions, not problems, not story time, all right?
So everybody, it is E. Y'all can't go nowhere. It's EC. All you're saying is GC, 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 GC. Thank you very much. We're now going back to Maureen. At the back to your left is the library registration, 500 EC. Or you could just come to me and give me the money, and I'll register you to...
God bless you, God bless you.
Oh my, Rahim, thank you so much. Man, these two panelists were quite heated. Mr. Sano, I have an appreciation why they say the What a wonderful discussion. Well, let me just tell you guys, a number of workshops are going to be, now we're going to be going into lunch. I don't know about you're hungry. We're going into lunch. Lunch, I believe, is on the second level. We have volunteers around. They're going to be telling you what's going on. I'm just giving you a little bit of insight. So we've got lunch. You could pick up your lunch, and you can head to the next workshop if you'd like to. There's a number of workshops. Let me just give you a rundown. Before we bring on one of our sponsors to give us some chats, just a little 5 minutes, don't worry. We've got mushroom cultivation, a world food program. That's the WFP. They're hosting this one. It's down by the HD's market. We're going to tell you where that is in a minute. The volunteers are going to guide you. There's also Let's Talk Money. So that's right. There's going to be a financial literacy workshop happening as well. There's a petting zoo happening as well. There's Cocoa 101. And of course, lunch like we mentioned. And there's going to be some live cooking demo by Chef Orlando as well from Orlando's Restaurant and Bar. That is all coming up. No, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Not just yet. Hello. Don't leave yet. We've got one last little thing before we go to that. All right. I was just getting to it. But we do have... oh yeah, you are dismissed. I have all your sit down the only time. All you dismiss all yourself. Hey, well, Mr. Sir, you have a lot of fire. Ma'am, you hold your own. Give it up for our panelists again, guys. Wonderful. Right, now we have Massey Stores as one of our sponsors, and we'd like to say thank you very much. Now we have from Massey Stores, Mr. Kelly Mitchell is going to be coming to give us a few bits of information. Well, a 5 minute, yeah, Kelly, you come through. Let's welcome Kelly. Kelly is the marketing, corporate communication, and customer service personnel over at Massey Stores.
Thank you, Maureen, and good afternoon to everyone. Maureen, I feel very encouraged when I look at the audience. It shows that there is a real interest in the sector, and we there is hope. On behalf of the board of directors and the executive of Massey Stores, OECS, I would like to say to Caitlin and the team at Helen Daughters, well done on this initiative. I think it's very timely. And just last year, Massey Stores, in our annual farmers program, in our meeting, our theme was building resilience through partnerships in agriculture. And this fits very well with this activity today. right? At Massey Stores, we do quite a bit in the communities, with our local farmers. And as you would appreciate, we are a big player in the food retail business. And so it is our responsibility to support initiatives like this. So when I received the proposal right away, it was a no-brainer for us. And we said we need to get on board with this initiative. Just listening to the last panelist, very healthy discussion in terms of financing for agriculture. And I just want to highlight one of our programs we have at Massey, targeted to supporting our local farmers. It's called the Annual Farmers Registered Program. Now, this program basically is for farmers who are serious about agriculture, right? We have this program where we provide support, technical support, and financial support. So, for example, once you're a registered farmer at Massey, we are giving you interest-free loans. Sometimes you just need a little cash flow. Sometimes you just need to buy that equipment, that water pump, some crates. We are giving our registered farmers interest-free loans. And I'm not sure how many persons are aware of it, so that's why I think it is very timely to speak about this today. Yeah? We work with other stakeholders in the sector to ensure that farmers get subsidies in terms of farm equipment. So we work very closely with companies like Renwick, Carrasco and Sons, and many others. We also have collaborations with the Taiwanese mission in terms of training and technical assistance for our farmers. Now, you may ask, well, why is Massey doing all this? We're doing it because we are a responsible corporate citizen. And we connect with every family, every household in St. Lucia on a daily basis. And so that's why we acknowledge our responsibility, and that's why we're doing it. Now, again, on behalf of my leadership team, it is a pleasure to be part of this. We endorse it, and we encourage the sector to move forward. In the previous discussion, we hear discussions about cannabis and some of the non-traditional crops. That's the direction we have to go. We have to embrace technology and move forward. For too long, we've been hearing lip service to agriculture. Agriculture is the backbone of our economy. Yet for all, we're not moving fast enough. We need to put action behind our words. And so, Massey Stores, as the leader, the leading food business in the region, we are giving full support to the sector. We will continue to support the sector. The local farmers may never be able to provide or produce sufficient for the market, but we will support them. We will give them guaranteed markets. We will work with the Bureau of Standards to make sure that the labeling and the packaging is right. These are all things that we do as a company to ensure that when we put these products on our shelves, it meets the standards for consumption on a commercial level. So thank you again, Caitlin and the team. And to you who turned out here today, I hope that you take in as much as you can today and tomorrow. And together, let us move the sector forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Wonderful. Absolutely. Oops. Well, guys, we're getting set for food, but before that, we've got the booths. You can definitely engage in the booths around. They are sponsored booths. Check them out. Check them out while you move about a bit. The World Food Program, they've got a booth here. Tomorrow, they will be hosting the Youth Economy Agency, and they're going to be sharing information tomorrow on accessing grants and loans for persons interested in agriculture as a career. They're also going to be registering young persons tomorrow who are interested in agriculture as a career for a pilot project. So these are things that you could look in for. I'm telling you, this is a whole hub today for a lot of things happening here today, a lot of wheels moving, but trust me, they are all in tantrum. They are working to make sure that the full thing comes together, because these are all the working parts that needs to be put together so that we can definitely make the changes, the positive one that we need to make within the sector as well. All right, so we've got a few volunteers who's going to direct because the workshops are going to be happening in different tiers, so different levels, different places. So, Kitlin, we have volunteers will usher the volunteers. So we've got some volunteers who's going to be ushers. So we've got a mushroom cultivation world food program. They're hosting this. This is going to be, this is, so if you'd like to go to that, You can grab your food, by the way. Remember, you can grab your food. Food is at level 2, right? That's downstairs. So you can grab your food and you can head on to the workshop. So these ladies here, come to the front. They will be, right, they will be directing. These two ladies here will direct you if you'd like to partake in the mushroom cultivation workshop, spearheaded by the World Food Program. If you'd like to go to the financial literacy workshop, this young lady right here could direct you to that. It's the Let's Talk Money workshop with Davian Daniel, and that is on level 3. So this young lady right here will be directing you. There's a storytelling that's going to be happening right here, right, Kathleen? Storytelling is going to be happening right here. So if you want to be part of the Storytelling in Agriculture by Alpha Senon Y Farm, that's happening right here. So you could just sit around, grab your food and sit around. And there's the Cocoa 101. Growing, grafting, and beyond. And that is, of course, at Project Chocolat. So who's going to direct? What's that? What's happening? The seedery. Right. So somebody is going to direct them to that? Someone? Oh, you're going to do that. All right. Awesome. So this young lady right here will direct you to that. And like we mentioned, food and the farmer's market is opened as well. So food is on level 2, farmer's market on level 3, and there's going to be a live cooking demo by Chef Orlando, and he, of course, the head chef of Orlando's Restaurant and Bar, and a culinary ambassador of Helen's Daughter. That is happening at stage level 2 as well. So we'll be back here in a minute. The balcony chat will be continuing shortly. If you're staying for the storytelling, then you stay. I'm going to grab myself some food. You can do the same, and like I said, allow the ushers, the volunteers, to help you Awesome. Guys, we are getting set to resume because at 5 o'clock they're kicking us out. We spent the whole day. We'll be back tomorrow nonetheless. But certainly, I know the persons downstairs are grabbing their food and they're going to be joining us again. But we're getting set for the third balcony chat. And this one is going to be covering the area of beyond handouts, building our own future. Now, and who best to speak on the topic other than Kiflin Carew herself. So Kiflin is going to be a member of the panel for this one, and she is going to be joined by Amina Doherty. Did I get it right? I get it right? You had to pay me because this is the first time I've done something like that. Oh, wonderful. So she is also going to be joining us, and she's the head of programs and impact, Clara Lionel Foundation. And Kitlin, of course, is the founder and executive director of Helen's Daughter. And where's her guy? Where's our moderator? Where is he? He's downstairs. He tried to get them to come up as well. He's downstairs. I left him downstairs. He told me when they're ready, just call. So he's making his way up as well. But you know what? I just wanted to highlight before they come on and we officially introduce them and the moderator. I wanted to highlight the fact that I'm so happy to see you here. We had to highlight the fact that Helen's Daughter is not just, what would have started here in St. Lucia, have seen wings spread in some other Caribbean countries as well, namely St. Kitts. We're in St. Kitts as well, St. Kitts and Nevis, and we're also in Dominica. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Are we getting set to go to Grenada? That's the one. You see, I trying to get to that part so much, but that I try fast forward to get into that part so much. So this work that we're doing here is really, really taking root, but not just taking root. It's now spreading branches. So we see what is happening. We see the effects of the mission that started as just a passion with Kiflin and the people who support the Helen's Daughters mission. Downstairs, if you grab food downstairs, you would have seen some of the Helen's Daughters members are downstairs, and they've got their products on display. They've got a lot of things that happens within the Helen's Daughters mission, and every time opportunities like that present itself, it gives the ladies, the farmers, an opportunity to be able to showcase and capitalize on the strides that they are making. Right, NIC is here, and earlier on, Matt Norton was saying to me, but man, I don't like how you're dealing with me. Big up to the NIC. The NIC have a booth down there. All you need to go check it out. Now, we talk a lot about money and finance and farmers, support for the farmers and farmers. And I think now might be a good time to go to the NIC booth and find out what the NIC have in store for the farmers and farmers of our nation. You understand? And just as a regular citizen as well, you can go on out and find out, how close you is to retirement, what's all that they have in store for you. So definitely a lot of information you can definitely get to find out by visiting the NIC booth or any of the other sponsors booth that are present here with us this afternoon, well, today as well. Right? Good. We are ready to go. I think I saw Mr. Moderator. Yes, there he is. So I'm going to once again invite our panelists, and of course that's the conversation. The conversation is on beyond handouts, building our own future. And like I said, who best to lead a conversation on that topic other than Kitlin Carew Afrifa herself, who is the founder and executive director of Helen's Daughters. And of course, she will be joined by Amina Doherty, the head of programs and impact, Clara Lionel Foundation. So let's please welcome the panelists. And of course, we bring back our Mr. Moderator again, future Prime Minister. I didn't even know I interviewed you before. I even realized I met you in real life. You had to sign my autograph in a bit. But big up you, and you've been doing a remarkable job. Rahim, it's over to you, darling.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody, from your enjoyable lunch, and for those who are continuing to eat now. So, ladies, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, everybody's familiar with you, Kiflin, so we wouldn't start with you. But, Amina, tell us about the organization that you represent. And, oh, Nana. Y'all hungry or? Tell us about the organization that you represent.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's so nice to be here in St. Lucia. My name is Amina Doherty, and I am the head of programs at the Clara Lionel Foundation, fondly known as CLF. CLF was founded in 2012 by, I think we call her now the Right Honorable Robin Rihanna Fenty. And the foundation was really started with the very first investment that we made was to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Barbados. And the investment was as a result of Rihanna's grandmother not being able to access the healthcare services that she needed. She was sick with cancer. And so she made this investment so that everybody in Barbados would be able to access the oncology center at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. So since then, the foundation has expanded quite dramatically. We fund in 5 main areas of work, one being health access, the other being women's entrepreneurship, arts and culture, future generations, which is the work that we do, funding young people and education, and I'm missing one, but it'll come to me shortly. So we fund in 5 main areas. We fund across the Caribbean, but also in the US South, specifically places like Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina. And the idea is that we, at the Clara Lionel Foundation, want to be like the leading philanthropic organization in the region, founded by a daughter of the soil and 4 Caribbean people. So that's a little bit about CLF.
Oh, nah, sorry. You also me on Peter Soca Stars. No. So, Kiflin, back to you. Kiflin always makes the point to me and others that people see the NGO and the social enterprise work as volunteer stuff, and as a result, people sometimes don't take it as seriously as it needs to. But Kiflin has been trying to sort of rethink and rewrite that. So Kiflin, tell me at what point did you see this thing this way, people think, this car work with me. And tell us about that rewriting of that story and rewriting of that narrative.
Thank you, Raheem. Good afternoon, everyone, again. So, Raheem, you're quite right. I think in starting in the NGO sector in St. Lucia, a lot of people are suspicious. A lot of people will say, "Yo kapwa tout la hamun." People think maybe when they hear NGOs, they think corruption, they think whatever it is. And with Helen's Daughters, one of the first things that we wanted to do was, 1, deliver, and 2, have transparency. I think that I believe I can proudly say that in the Eastern Caribbean region, I think Helen's Daughters does a fairly good job. Kudos to the team. A fairly good job in, 1, transparency, showcasing what we are. But to your point, Raheem, people don't realize the long, hard road it took in formalizing Helen's Daughters. We started in 2016. In my mind, our first program was in 2017. We became registered as an NGO, a community organization in 2018, the board. In 2023, we are now registered under Company House as a non-profit company because there's not necessarily legislation to register as a non-profit organization like in some regions. But one of the biggest things that we wanted to do essentially was to show people that non-profits, it's not charity. The team that I have and the people that are behind my team are brilliant people, and brilliant people that also deserve an equitable living and an equitable and fair salary because they put in the work. Yeah. And I think also what I want to say with Helen's Daughters is that we're not just, people think of us as just a farmers market organization. We are not. We are across 3 Eastern Caribbean countries. We don't just do the farmers market in these 3 countries. We focus on 3 major pillars, our training programs from our Ag Academy to our Life Academy. So we want to develop women, not just as farmers, but holistically. So things like financial literacy, things like having access to free teletherapy, our structured care system. So, for example, last year we were one of the first organizations to essentially activate and respond to Hurricane Beryl in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and not with hampers, but with cash and voucher assistance, because we believe in dignity and in choice. Shout out to Jonathan. You'll hear more about that tomorrow. Because again, things like the notion of the Caribbean people suffer with non-communicable diseases. When a hurricane hits, we give people that have households that are hypertensive and diabetic hampers full of flour and sugar. That makes absolutely no sense. It's like we almost feel like we cannot trust our own people to choose wisely for themselves. Yeah. And the decisions, exactly. And finally, market access. So yes, we are known for the farmers market, but what we do as well in the background is we broker a lot of relationships between hotels and restaurants for our farmers. So for example, shout out to Big Chef. I see Jonelle here, but if you go to Big Chef, you'll see, for example, on the menu, it says products from farmers, Helen's Daughters. And this is something that essentially I wanted to create a model within the Caribbean and a non-profit that essentially we are delivering good, but I also run it as a business because our investors like Clara Lionel Foundation, they're not just investors, but they're partners, and we have to deliver. Sometimes in the Caribbean, we decide to start an NGO and so forth, and it's like we start up something, we stop. We start something, we stop. We have to think long-term. And for me, the long-term idea also was that our governments need to realize that they need to lean in on civil society. Civil society is not a threat, it's not a competitor, it should be a partner in development. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Let's put our hands together for Kathleen, you also have mentioned before, and we're coming to you in a bit. You've mentioned many times before that in moving away from this sort of model of only receiving grant financing, and some organizations essentially have become pros at engaging in hackathons. So they literally will go to every single hackathon and receive all of the monies from the hackathon to be able to be sustainable. And you've spoken about moving beyond that to sort of including business strategies as part of your business. How have you been able, what have been the challenges, one, in doing so within the climate of St. Lucia and the wider region? And how have you been able to deal with some of these challenges of integrating business strategies?
Great question. I think the approach with, to be honest, I don't really like the word NGO. I look at myself more as a social entrepreneur. So you see entities like Obotronics and other entities, and essentially, again, I believe that running a nonprofit organization, you do have to have some business savvy. But at the same time, rather than making profit, you're delivering social good. And that has been the strategy that has been guiding me with Helen's Daughters. But within the Caribbean region in particular, I think that particularly our private sector and so forth, we are very short-sighted. So rather than, let's say, we decide to invest $1 million in something completely life-changing, we will do 5,000 here, 5,000 there, 10,000 for a football tournament, this, that. These like start-stop strategies that are not really long-term. So essentially, our NGO sector is inconsistent. And then people complain, but the thing about it is that, unfortunately, the funding is inconsistent within the region, which says a lot because Helen's Daughters, for example, 98% or a little more of our funding comes from outside. So what does that say about us as a people? So essentially, outsiders are investing more in our development than our own people are.
Take that in.
I want to answer.
Yep, you could.
No, I mean, I love everything that Caitlin has said. And actually, what stuck with me was something that Madam Moderator on the other side said this morning, which was around seeing the vision of Helen's Daughters. And so CLF was one of the first funders that supported Helen's Daughters. And the idea was that we were able to see the vision. We believe very deeply in this idea of funding ideas, funding innovation, funding people who have that long-term vision and are not just trying to work on these short-term projects, as Caitlin said, that start and stop. So when you talk about the difference between sort of the models of giving, what matters to CLF is this idea of what we say multi-year support. So when we start with an organization, we fund organizations for up to 3 years and possibly even longer, because we want organizations to be able to carry out the work and not be writing grant applications year on year on year. The other way that we provide support for initiatives like Helen's Daughters is by access, by using our network and our leverage to be able to introduce and connect them to other funders that are doing the work, not just in the region, but globally. And now I can remember the pillar that I forgot to mention at the beginning, which is our work on climate solutions. We've done a lot of work on climate solutions, and that is actually what led us to Helen's Daughters. Would they describe themselves as a climate organization? Maybe, maybe not. But they really fit into our vision of how we see that work. That if you're funding climate solutions, you're also supporting entrepreneurship. You're also supporting, through arts and culture, this creative vision for the future for the Caribbean. Our work on future generations, supporting young people. The way that we fund is that not just multi-year support and not just work that crosses across all of those pillars, but this idea, as you talked about, dignity. Organizations should be able to pay their rent, should be able to keep their lights on, should not have to sort of be dependent on these stop and start grants. And so what you're looking for, as whether you call yourself an NGO, a nonprofit, a social enterprise, are these kinds of funders that will be in partnership with you, and sort of so that you don't have a dependency on them, but you see it as a mutually beneficial partnership.
Amina, tell me a bit more about how you engage with organizations within the Caribbean and the wider world to get them to also understand for themselves that I'm not giving you this money right now to be able to essentially plug a hole, but this is an investment into the future of your organization. I want you to graduate with me, such that after year 3, I don't want to see you again, but you are at a position whereby you can sort of have these wings to fly on their own. How are you engaging organizations?
You know, I can be 100% real with, everybody in this room. I think it's really difficult because I think and I have worked with many nonprofits myself. I've been in the philanthropy space for over 20 years. I think it's very hard in the current economic and political climate that we find ourselves for organizations not to feel like they have to be dependent, right? And so the work that we do as a funder, as I said, is not just introducing our partners to different kinds of funders, but consistently asking them, what is your sustainability plan and how can we support you in developing that sustainability plan? I'll give an example. We support individuals and organizations that do work in the arts. And what we say to them is, we're not just funding arts for art's sake, but we want to see this as sustainable for the region. And so we're asking them, as an arts organization, what is your business plan? How are you teaching skills to your staff, whether you're a stage fixer or somebody who does the lights, somebody who does the sound? Are you supporting your staff with the kinds of skills that will support income generation? Oftentimes, people aren't thinking about that as a model of sustainability. They're not thinking about how they can really skill up their staff. And support sustainability in that way. They're just thinking, okay, there's this fire is burning right now, I have to address this issue. But I think the more you bring on business-minded people into the social enterprise sector, you get the best of both worlds.
Thank you very much for that, Amina. Kiflin, we're going back to you. A lot of funding in this social enterprise or NGO space, non-profit space is really government-led. More times than not, the government continues to pump in, year out money within these organizations. But you made it very clear from very early on that this was not the type of model that you wanted to sort of cultivate. Tell us why, and tell us how has it been within the context of this difficulty of not having to go to these donor agencies, which really is the government.
That's a very difficult question, Raheem. Considering the time that we're in and elections coming upon us, a lot is happening. I think when I started Helen's Daughters navigating things, later on I realized that the first thing that had to be established was that we didn't want to accept government subventions. And since that decision was made, we never have. The reason being is because St. Lucia is a very small place. Everybody may have a side, everybody may not have a side. However, when you are an NGO and let's just say a certain side funds you, 9 times out of 10, you are essentially painted a certain color. So what we wanted to do was create a model that essentially people could see and say, there's no color. Our color is green. Pancho, we take your green. We're the new NGP. But I think that's the biggest thing for me because, and that's probably also, I think, the problem with the NGO sector is that usually with government subventions, we've seen that where some agencies, let's say elections happen, there's sort of a clearing out, and also some of these agencies never get funded, even though they are doing amazing work, but because of perhaps the perceived side that they're on, they're not funded. However, Helen's Daughters is unbiased. We are completely neutral. You can be, as I said, on whatever side, no side, whatever, we accept everyone. And that is a model that we want to continue and we want to push within the NGO sector because at the end of the day, we have to be the voices on the periphery saying, shouting out, regardless of a political side, when things are going wrong and when things are going right. If not, then what do we really have?
Amina? So you've mentioned a lot about engaging with organizations within the Caribbean and sort of giving them this long-term impact. Talk me through, if you can, within this sort of next 4 to 5 years of the foundation, and where do you see the work within the region going? How will you continue to increase the idea of beyond handout, but graduating individuals?
No, that's a great question. And I will maybe just backtrack to say, the foundation underwent a little bit of a strategic refresh last year because before then we primarily focused on health and climate work, climate resilience, climate justice work. And now with the sort of addition of arts and culture, women's entrepreneurship, future generations, what we are trying to support is organizations that are working at the intersections. And so for us, Helen's Daughters is the perfect partner. We are looking for organizations that are able to make the connections between all of those pillars and really address the needs of the region in that way, in a very holistic way, as opposed to a very siloed way. We are looking for partner organizations that, are working regionally as well, that recognize that, when a hurricane hits, it doesn't just hit Antigua where I live. It doesn't just hit, St. Lucia, Grenada, wherever. It affects all of us across the region. And so what we're looking for are those organizations that don't work in silos, but are also having that sort of regional perspective, regional identity to the work that they do so that we can see that we are all brothers and sisters in this work. But also just from the perspective of the foundation, I should say 0.01% of global philanthropic dollars goes to organizations led by Black women in particular. And so for us, another thing that's important is really supporting people that look like us, supporting our own. Less than 0.2% of global climate funding, right, comes to the Caribbean. What we're trying to do is shift that, change that, so that it isn't just the Clara Lionel Foundation in the Caribbean, but we're able to leverage more, better resources, the kinds of funders that will support our work in the region and support the long term, not the 1-year grants, the 2-year grants, but 4 or 5 years into the future. And so we're also very much a learning organization. We like to listen to partners. One of the things that we do is support exchanges between our various partners. So I don't know if Linda's in here. Shout out to Linda. She's from Hope for Haiti. They're another partner of ours that came for this, right? And so we want to see partners across the region traveling to meet each other. We want Keithlin to visit Haiti, to visit Antigua, to be in all of the places so that we have that sort of Caribbean-wide movement of work that's happening. We see it as a movement, not just, Helen's Daughters working in St. Lucia, but really working across the region. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Amina. Ladies and gentlemen, we will come to you for your questions and your comments and your queries in a bit. Keithlin, in the next question. Across this country, obviously in the wider region, there are young people around with sort of bright ideas that see the potential of the work, but they still at times see it in as you've mentioned, a project, and then, you know what, I'll move on to something else. How do you think culturally and traditionally we could start to rethink organizations within St. Lucia, such that somebody could believe that they could make a career out of this, that they don't have to become a traditional, I'd say lawyer, but I want to be a lawyer, so a traditional lawyer or a doctor, but that they could be part of solving social problems and do it for a living. How do we get?
I'll share a story first. I think Amina made a point on CLF funding people that look like us. And what Amina did not mention is that, yes, Carolina was one of our first major funders, but way before we landed CLF, we got a small grant from the Women's Voice and Leadership Equality Fund, and it was one of, I would say, Amina's brainchild, because she realized that essentially the Caribbean is the only region that doesn't have a regional women's fund. And within that small grant, Amina and her team were able to not just fund the organization, but to shape myself, my skills, and also my team. So for example, again, you almost need to be a lawyer. You need to get your legal skills. You also need to refine your finance skills, your monitoring and evaluation. People think that funding falls from the skies and we just supposed to pick it up and then we throw it to everybody. That's not how it works. A lot of funding is restricted, meaning that you have to write the proposals, that you have to actually report on the proposals and track the funding according to what you actually write out. And all of these skills I didn't have. I was completely new to the NGO focus. International relations is very different from starting something grassroots. And finding those partners is really important, but also establishing your skills. People have to realize that running an NGO is not running a project. You really need to bring in some business expertise. You need to step your game up, really. And the second thing, as Amina said, is to challenge yourself to assess. You have to have a sustainability plan. I now can say with my chest that people know of the farmers markets because it's consistent. It's not that we just have a farmers market. It's consistent. Our training programs have been running for 7 years, consistency, and that's something that we lack in the Caribbean. Sometimes as NGO leaders, we chase some of the funds, which I understand because you have to sometimes get it where you can, but you also have to be intentional about what you chase. And then going back to just a young person and so forth, like developing as a leader, what people don't realize is there are funds and partners like Echoing Green, like Ashoka. I'm not from a wealthy family. Yes, I wanted to do this full time. When my mother, she's somewhere in the crowd, when she heard that I was leaving the UN to run Helen's Daughters, it wasn't a nice conversation. Hi, Mom. And I told her she didn't get it. But I banked on things like, for example, Ashoka allowed me to leave St. Lucia to focus full-time on Helen's Daughters. How? Because they invest in the leader. It's an organization that actually gives you a salary for 3 years to focus on building your organization. So you can then attract funders and so forth, so you can in turn pay yourself and your staff. Echoing Green, same thing. So instead of looking for funders and saying, okay, I need volunteers and whatever, I actually needed to focus on, all right, I'm okay, I can focus on this, I can build my team, I can build my programs and so forth. And I think the final thing is just, again, searching. Like, as young people too, we have to use the internet, AI, and realize that while 0.1% come to the Caribbean, there's resources, there's 0.1% resources, and again, you have to be like a shark. You have to go after those opportunities. You have to market yourself, and you have to prove that you are doing the work.
Can I just add? I want to add something before we go to questions, because you also mentioned, right? I think you said you want to be a lawyer. I think one of, or are one, I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
I think one of the things that's important, and especially talking about it from the perspective of young people and visioning the future that they want, not just for themselves, but for their communities, for their country, for the region, is as a lawyer, what kind of lawyer do you want to be? There are opportunities to be in partnership, right, with organizations like Helen's Daughters. There are opportunities for people who do communications and creative storytelling and marketing. One of the hardest things for nonprofits is communications, telling their story, being able to show their impact and their success. What would it be if you had leaders like Keith Lynn partnering with some of the top legal minds in St. Lucia, partnering with some of the top communications firms, partnering with, some of the top accounting business firms in St. Lucia? The idea is that one organization and one leader cannot hold it for everything, for everyone, right? We have to be thinking about the ways that we imagine social enterprise as connected, as doing the work together, as doing the work in community. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be pro bono, but you have to be thinking about how can I support mission-aligned organizations that are improving our community. And so that's what we fund. We fund young people who have vision, who have, this vision for the future and are willing to do that in partnership and not working in silos for themselves. Just that.
Thank you very, very much. Let's put our hands together for these amazing ladies. Questions, queries, concerns. Now, you all have a habit. All right. That's all I'll say. Mommy, hello. All right. Frequency and range. 50 seconds.
Good afternoon, everybody. Right, I just want to say everybody looks good. Right, thank you all for dressing up. Right. Okay, so my question very quickly. In the region, especially in St. Lucia, it's no secret that a lot of our leaders are very transactional. It's a situation where you do something for me and then I'll do something for you back. Right, and because of that, we find that these, projects or these plans, they end up being very short term. It's not very long term. And possibly the reason for that is, right, there's some level of restlessness amongst the people where these leaders are trying to do their social good for. So my question to you, Flynn, how do you as a leader, or the people you're trying to serve, right? How do you get them to buy into that long-term vision without them getting too restless to the point where they're like, well, I want $10,000 now and I need it now, I need it tomorrow, whatever, when you know that them getting that $10,000 now is not sustainable? How do you convince them of that?
Thank you very much, Kiflin.
I think that both of us should take this. Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
What I will say is that one of the first things that we say, which is why we entitled this Beyond Handouts, when people come into Helen's Daughters, we're like, look, if you expect some handout or so forth, that is not how the organization works. There's a social contract between us and between our members. Where are our Helen's Daughters members? Do we have any of them around? Can you make some noise at least, Okay. I think you can ask any one of them that it's not just, there's this mindset of, if it's an NGO or a non-profit, they're just supposed to give me something. We are trying to build community. So, look, if there's a hurricane, if something happens and so forth, yes, we can mobilize, but it's not the expectation that I am getting a handout. It's because we are family, and that's what families do. And I think that's what we're trying to do, is with you all, is to create that type of community. And also, again, the thing about it, Dania, is that it's, again, consistency. There's a restlessness, I think, also because people feel like we are inconsistent. I'm sure there's people who will feel like, oh, Helen's not giving me a water tank or land or whatever. Hello, we can't even get land for ourselves. But at the same time, what we deliver on, we make sure that we are consistent with that delivery. And then finally, just the whole thing on transaction and leadership and so forth, we know that it happens, and it's something that we're trying to, again, retrain the mind that it's not sustainable. We give you $10,000, and then what? And then what happens? Whereas we can spread that out, we can make a long-term project or something or program and help you, because the aim is not to just block the hole. The aim is for that person to not need Helen's Daughters. That's the aim. It's for the organization to cease to exist, essentially.
No, I mean, I think you covered it very well, Keithlyn. I would say from a funder perspective, one of the things that we look at is we do support emergency response after, for example, hurricanes hit or whatnot. That's part of the work. But I would say a bigger part of the work, what we're trying to fund, this idea of sustainability, is, putting solar panels on a school so that that becomes a shelter that can then support communities no matter what happens. So for us, we're thinking about that long term, that longer term. We recognize that sometimes people just want to sort of respond in the moment and then that's it and not look back. But we want to say how a community's developed in a way that when a storm hits or when something happens to them, they have the tools and resources to be able to fend for themselves, to be able to support themselves. And I really like the title of this, Beyond Handouts, because it is very easy to just say, I'm going to put a $5,000 here or a $10,000. But what if we say we want to invest $50,000 and this is long-term work? We want to see what the community has done as a result. I think that's the difference for us.
Yeah, blessed love. Now I have two short questions, right? How do we make farming more aspirational for the next generation? And if you could redesign the food system, where would you start?
Sorry.
So who decided to give him the mic? Okay, the first question I'll tackle. So we have people like Alpha. Alpha should be near the ICA table. He has those sorry, Alpha. Alpha is doing some amazing work where he has created this comic book character in the form of Agriman and teaching children where food comes from, who's the superhero that actually feeds Batman and Superman and whatever. And I think that's ingenious because the problem is that we want people to feed us, but we don't include our children in agriculture. We don't, in terms of our curriculum, we're talking about everything else, but we don't have agriculture integrated into our curriculum. And then furthermore, I have this thing about farms. And we want to build every school wants a farm. But then you hear sometimes people say, oh, well, we thought when you gave us the farm, somebody would be handling the farm. That's not how it works. You have to have the children invested in running the school farm. The second thing is, if you look around you at some of the women that you've seen that are Helen's Daughters, they look good, okay? All right? They look good. You have to make agriculture sexy. You have to make agriculture, I think Mike Louis Fernand said it, it's like you have to make it, you have to market yourself. And I think the third thing is having things like this, having events like this, bringing people together so that, again, we can start to believe that agriculture is truly a viable sector. That second question, Niam, that's a separate discussion. I think that's for tomorrow or something.
Yeah, that's fine. That's PhD thing. You go look that up.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I actually have two questions as well. I'm going to keep it short. When it comes to funding for Helen's Daughters, is there an age range? Because I am a livestock farmer and I have tried to get funding from the government, but I am over 35 and most of the funding stops at 35. So that is another deterrent for farmers. So when you say that you guys have funding and grants, does that go above the 45-year age range? The other thing that I want to ask is that a lot of, when it comes to farming, you find that on island, a lot of organizations only push crop farmers, but there are livestock farmers as well. I think there are about 300 or so livestock farmers registered with the government, and I am a livestock farmer. I raise goats and cattle, and a lot of people only look at it as meat, but I look at livestock as more than meat because I raise my goats and I actually use the milk from my goats to create soaps. So is there space in Helen's Daughters for that aspect of agriculture?
So I'm glad you asked that first question. Helen's Daughters is not a funder. We don't give grants. So thank you for that. We have specific programs and so forth, for example, like the farmers markets, incubators and stuff like that, where you can get micro grants. But again, we want people to realize that we are almost like an ecosystem. So we had Tracy Polius who talked about ECPC GC, how you can get partial credit guarantees. We had, for example, Library Credit Union there. What we are trying to do is be a connector because we cannot do everything. We cannot be bank, we cannot be NGO, we cannot be lawyer, we cannot do everything. But what we can do is have very strong partnerships so that we in tandem can do the work. Because again, in agriculture, we tend to want, yes, Helen's Daughters is very visible and so forth, but we recognize that we cannot do everything. But so essentially, we're upskilling you to be able to make those partnerships. With regards to livestock farming and so forth, if you notice, we have a whole petting zoo there. That was intentional because we do have livestock farmers. We have a whole livestock officer who's actually manning the petting zoo. In terms of joining Helen's Daughters, there's no age range. You mentioned your products and stuff like that. That's completely fine. We recognize the need for those types of persons in the organization.
Thank you very much. See you. Go to him. I'm so sorry. I'm truly, it's really not me, but we are pressed for time. 30 seconds. Someone wanted to know about the idea of trust, and that within this space, people don't trust people generally. How?
Well, that's a really great question. And I think often when I talk from the perspective of CLF, we say that we are a trusted partner. We want to trust our partners. We practice what we call trust-based philanthropy. What does that mean? We give you the funds and we trust that you will do the work that you said you were going to do. So we're not the kind of funder who's going to be with you every minute being like, oh, you said you were going to do X. We don't see this on your report. Or you mentioned you were going to do this and we haven't seen this and let's see your budget. We want to partner with organizations that we can establish that level of trust with and who will also come to us and say, hey, we have an issue and we don't know how to resolve this, so that we can do that in partnership with them. I think one of the worst things as a funder is when an organization feels like they have to keep a secret from you because maybe they had to fire their XYZ staff or they had to go through all of this stuff and they don't feel like they can share that with you. So us as a funder, we trust that the organization is going to set out to do what it said it was going to do. But what we do ask is that when there are issues or when you need support, that you see our role as being able to provide that level of support.
Thank you very much for this amazing panel. Let's put our hands together for the panel. Earlier, somebody made a Herculean, and I'm going to use it especially, error in relation to Lucilex and licensing fees. I could tell you that Lucilex lawyers have written to me, and they've said that NERC is the one with the licensing payments. So move that on your Facebook, wherever they put Lucilex charging them. Yeah? The person I see in you, just nod and tell me yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You don't go too far. You could be right back in a minute. Ooh. Oh, gosh. Wonderful. Oh, there she is. No, it's not yours yet, but I'm just acknowledging that you're here. So we know that part of the Unconference is covered in a minute. Wonderful. Our next set of panelists, this time we're talking man to man. Ladies, don't feel no way. Listen now. We're good. No, oh, yeah. Oh, you're checking on the outfit. Listen, at didn't even realize I had a whole outfit change. I promise you, that was not planned. Ladies, that's all I would say. Ladies, that was not planned. Yeah, I didn't try to show off, at least not today. So I do apologize. But one thing I'll ask, if you see I fall down, just unloose the shoes. It kind of tight. So if I fall down here, just know, Doc, don't even give Doc that stress. Just unloose the shoe and I'll be fine. Yeah, that will be the problem. I promise you that. Let's introduce our next panelist, guys. Let's introduce our next set of panelists. And this time, like I said, we are talking man to man, changing the conversation. Now, sitting in on this panel is the Senior Manager, Corporate Communications at Lucelec. I'm not sure. Omari, before you come, let me ask them. The question they were asking earlier on about Lucelec, that is not for this platform, is it? I'm trying to help him, but he said you can ask him anything. So when the question and answer come, you can do that. Let's welcome Omari Frederick, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Also joining this panel, Operations Supervisor of Helen's daughter, Otto McDowell. Where are you, Otto? Here you go. Woo! You go, Otto. And also joining is a farmer, Chad Charles. So these are the panelists. And remember, the topic is man to man, changing the conversation. Now, where's my man moderator? Here you are. Back over to you, darling.
Thank you very much. We just need the fellas in the barber shop, you know. So, thank you, gentlemen. Let's start with you. Well, any one of you. The idea that you see, the barbershop is an enclosed space.
We should be facing that.
Yeah. So the idea that men are sort of not supposed to show emotion, they're not supposed to cry and these things. Tell us about your experiences with these ideas of these gendered questions and gendered norms of what we can and what we cannot do. Okay, remember, we're in the barbershop now, right? Talk to me, Otto.
Okay, so man-to-man talk, right? With that question, it's very interesting, and thankfully it's something that we've started addressing a bit more as of late. I think COVID-19 really opened up our eyes and our understanding on the importance of mental wellness. Because just taking away human interaction, it has showed us how fragile we can be. And so, as men, I think we've heard it a number of times, but unfortunately, it's still not something that's very prevalent in our society, where men are not encouraged to express themselves. A lot of the times you find when men express themselves, you would hear people saying, you know, they're a bit feisty, and they would use it in a derogatory way. But I mean, as men, we're human beings too, and it's important for us to express ourselves, especially to each other, because there are certain things, you know. As the operations supervisor, I'm the only male staff, well, okay, the first male staff, I should say, on Helen's Daughters. But you would find we still have certain differences where I would be able to relate better in communicating certain things with another man. And so in as much as it is important to encourage, to communicate with everyone around you so that you leave less space for misunderstandings, it's good to have a community where you're able to open up and express and be yourself with. That way, you know, we don't bottle it up as much.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, that there are a few elements of what they call masculinity, which is good. Everything good in moderation. The idea of taking care of individuals, the idea of being able to look after individuals. And you above all else know that. So tell me and tell the audience of your natural ability to care for people and how has that been as part of your journey?
All right, hello everybody.
You see what I tell you? You see what I tell you?
I just want to take the opportunity to do one thing. Right now, I feel like...
Don't go fire the mic, you know.
No. Right now, I feel like I was given the opportunity to be in a place, you notice my steps, eh? To be in a place like the UN, the United Nations. Everybody knows where that is. So this is a place where you speak truth. This is a place where you relate. So I just want to say thank you, first of all, for everybody being here. And thank you for Helen Daughters, for where you have taken women. I must say, without women, we are nothing. We are nowhere. Because I have a wife who is a boss.
Wife, stand up. I hear so much about you already. I had to meet you. If talk about his wife was a person?
Yes. So I just want to say thank you. And it is truly a privilege that we together as men could share this commitment of supporting and empowering women, farmers, and women as a whole. We need to give our women a lot of support. And by that I mean 100%, no less. 100%. Women, they are our backbone. They are our support, our encouragement. And if I may, I would just share a short story with you. I remember going into farming full-time on my own, and I felt like I was the man of the house, the man of the world. But when my grandmother spoke to me and told me, no matter what comes to your mind, listen to your wife. I took that into consideration. I was upset, but I took that into consideration. So I just want to say today is the day where I could do what my wife don't like. My wife always tell me, you like to talk a lot. When you meet people, you're talking. I know I'll be in trouble later when I get home, but for now, I talk
Yeah, you talking.
Okay. So let's talk about women, empowerment, and upliftment.
All right, my brother.
Okay. We're not trying to put down anybody here, but, you know, I must say, through my year going on to 2 years experience with Helen Daughters, as it pertains to women, Helen Daughters is the best. And I could say, Helen Daughters have helped my wife, my family, more than Marcy and the Ministry of Agriculture put together for 20 years. 20 years. And it is such a good thing that we could uplift our women today. Because, you know, we grew up in society where we have that stigmatization where women cannot drive, women cannot fly, the only thing that give them money to buy groceries and wait to come home to a happy meal. Right? That's the mentality that we were manipulated with. But when you look at the way women work hard, women, they plow, they plant, they harvest, whilst juggling family, especially little ones. We have 2 little girls there, and I wish some of y'all would just take them for 2 months. But I must say, my wife and I, we are proud foster parents, and it is such a joy to be in partnership with my wife, where we could take on anything together. Right?
Now, I don't want to stop you, but just like your wife, we'll come back to you just now. Yeah, because she not give me the signal, she let me just tell him.
Yeah.
You've created an environment whereby fellas could share what's on their mind.
Yes.
They could essentially talk about. Oh, all right.
4 inches.
So, created an environment where they could share what's on their mind, they could share some of their work struggles and their life struggles. Because the truth is, when they get up and they go to work, it's work. When you go back home, it's home, and it's sort of the bustle and tussle of every single day. Tell us about that environment that you've created. What are some of the results that you saw as more productivity increased in the workplace?
Well, I'd like to say first off, good afternoon and a special thank you, of course, to Helen's Daughters for this remarkable opportunity to present to you. I was of the mistaken opinion that this afternoon we'll be talking about men and men. But thanks to my compadre over here, we're talking men on women. But the fact remains, and I want to just say a couple of things before I segue into that conversation. Oftentimes when we talk about the equality gap and women's equality, it's viewed as a women's issues, a women's issue. But what we fail to realize sometimes is that the very same systems that oppress women oppress men too. Far too long, men are told what we should be. And because of that narrative, we have now found ourselves boxed in. If I was to take a poll in this room right now and ask the men in the room, not from a place of shame, not from a place of defensiveness, but from a place of raw truth, how many men in this room can literally say, I love you, I am wrong, I apologize, I'm not finished, I am hurting, I am hurting.
You know I don't start counting yet.
I need help. I need help. I cannot do this alone. And if all of you say that you say all of these things you can say, you'll be telling a bold-faced lie. And that is the very reason upon which we built a safe space for men. Because the truth of the matter is we are raised by a script. We're supposed to be strong. We're supposed to be dominant. We're supposed to care for the house. We're not supposed to be too soft. And that narrative has done more to harm us than to help us. So you need to look at this from a place of truth and a place of healing. And that's the premise upon which we built the safe space for men. What started as a simple event, thank you very much. What started as a very simple event on International Men's Day literally created a safe space for men. I'm not sure if you've seen the loose select men in the field, those that work our livelines, those who plant poles. They're a man's man. They are literally bravado personified. But to see men like that feel comfortable enough to come into a space and open up, speak about the things that affect them, to be vulnerable, to do all the things that society tells us that we cannot do, then we have achieved a lot. And for me, it is something that we need to do more so on a larger scale. Create more safe spaces for men. When we do more to support each other, we're in a much greater and better place to provide the support for the women and be more like my compadre over here. We need to speak from a place of truth and from a place of healing. When we can do that, we'll work wonders together.
Also, I want you to talk to us a bit about how do you engage others, like my age, a bit younger, who has the same script that my brother just spoke about, that could see it no other way? Is it a one conversation and done? Or rather, is it a sustained over time conversation with young men? And tell me how you think we should go about that.
That's a good question. I think people understand people, right? There's nothing I could possibly tell you in the span of 5 minutes that could change your whole mindset on what it means to be a man. If it's one thing, just based on my own experience, people appreciate honesty. And that honesty, especially when that honesty reveals vulnerability. Because in truth and in fact, we all like to pretend like we have it all together. You know, we know it all. I have all my things in order and I'm a man's man. You know, I gym, I have big muscles. But in truth and in fact, I have scars that I'm dealing with. And so in doing life with people, you have to be honest. You have to be honest about the things that hurt you growing up. So my engagement with some of the younger people, I would share my own experiences with battling with colorism, where I was made to feel because I am of a darker shade, then I am less of a human being. And so, you know, I was often butts of jokes and, you know, I'd laugh it off because, you know, boys will be boys. But vulnerability, it's a necessity. You have to be honest and open with people. And like was already mentioned, it cannot be a 5-minute conversation. It has to be life on life, because I can't give you the answers or pretend to give you healing when I myself need healing, right? And so allowing you to see me go through life, make mistakes, but get back up and do better, that should be an encouragement to you. So there's no easy way to put it in encouraging the young ones.
If I may touch on that a bit, I would say discipline starts at home, right? When it comes to dealing with our young people, and it continues also with our teachers. Teachers, like my wife and I always say, teachers are our favorite people because they take our children for 8 or more hours a day. I always say I'd rather be in the sun toiling than to be with my 2 little girls. because they're not nothing easy. Nothing. So I must say, discipline is where it starts. And as long as we train our young men and our young women, when they leave our homes, when they leave our schools, they have a good background. They have something that they could fall back on. Not just subjects or money, but good character. You understand? Good discipline, good relationship, you know? So these are the things that we need to look into when it comes to uplifting our youth, especially when we want our youth to not just look at women, but women and men as good role models in society, and not just in society, in the world.
Now,
So
let me add something there for you quickly, so you're just going to integrate it one time. The fellas that I talk to, they tell me sometimes, listen, this girl trying to police me, right? She want me to do this, that, and I just say, okay, yes, sir, yeah, well, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. How do you start to cause people to think differently culturally? Let's say, listen, it's not necessarily policing, but probably accountability, and they'll say that's what we want to call it, or support, or partnering, or that they know better probably on this based on their own experience. Talk to me as a young man who may not feel that way. Next thing, you know,
no,
you'll say, I feel that way.
Honestly, I don't feel that way.
So talk to us. How does that feel? Talk to it. Well, not
I,
how does it feel.
I think it begins with approach. When you, first of all, you look at your audience, you look at the person, the individual that you want to go and relate to, and you would create that certain approach that you would be able to be comfortable, that a comfort zone, that the person themselves that you're talking to would be comfortable, and you also do not want to be misunderstood. You want to be able to talk to them, relate to them, and break it down to them, and make them come to the realization of what is really happening, especially in our daily lives. So what we need to do is to encourage them, and not just from our point of view, but from a world perspective as to how it is that we should go about dealing with each other.
Can I add to that just a bit? Well said, my brother, well said. I think we need to begin to reframe, and we need to begin to really redefine as men what masculinity is. He mentioned accountability, but I also want to add a couple of words to that. And as I was coming down, I was sitting in the car outside, I was just jotting down a few notes on my iPad, just really thinking about how can we truly redefine masculinity, and a couple of words came to mind. One is accountability. You obviously need strength. You need compassion, and you need emotional depth. We need to be in a position as men to sit in a place of truth. It's something I'm going to repeat over and over again. I think as a society, in a much broader context, we have a fear or an aversion to having difficult conversations. And I think as men that is equally true. We are more likely to crack a joke, to ignore, or to dismiss behavior that is less than desirable from our fellow men. Many of us do not have the gonads to call it out. And that is a major part of the issue. Until we get to the point where we can be accountable, where we can own up and stand in a place of truth and show our scars. Because I can tell you, every one of you has had an experience with a man at a different point in the spectrum, whether he's a narcissist, whether he's overly emotional, whether he's verbally or physically abusive. But I can tell you this, whoever that man is a direct reflection of his childhood. He is carrying whatever he is carrying from his past experiences. And until he comes to that place and he comes to terms with the big trauma or the small trauma, as Dr. Brené Brown said, he will never be the man he needs to be. We have to be in a position to do a lot of reflection individually and collectively be in a position to hold ourselves and our brothers accountable. That is the way real change starts. Reframing and redefining what masculinity is from a place of truth. Just want to add that.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the barbershop doesn't allow any questions, by the way. So you can, any comments you have, you can write it down. You could tell to your husbands and your brothers and your cousins because this barbershop closed. You can say what you want. That trim closed. $30 gone. All right, the boss lady said we can do 5 minutes. You're lucky. No, it's not me, it's just the time they tell me so. All right, good. Questions, comments, queries, concerns, Doc.
Hello. So I know we're going to talk about health, but I want to just say something that we cannot talk about health, and particularly women's health, without talking about men's health. Right now, women's health is having its moment, its mental moment, and we're forgetting that when somebody is going through a health challenge, it's a couple or a partnership or a family going through a health challenge. So as much as women's health is having its moment, please, people, let's not forget that the health of our men is intertwined with the health of our women and our children.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc.
And let me add to that, Mr. Moderator. Gentlemen, the only thing I want to say to you is get your annual checkups, please. I can guarantee if there's 100 men in this room, only 12 of us go for a checkup annually. If I lie, say I lie.
I just wanted to say thank you, gentlemen, for standing up, because I'm not from here, and I find that coming from North America, from Canada, that the Caribbean men are a little stronger with their masculinity, and it's nice to hear that the pattern breaking the cycle is happening, because I felt worried that my ability to be vulnerable was not going to be accepted, but to see men standing up right now and being open here in the Caribbean and saying, hey, we're just as vulnerable as everyone else, and we're not just going to be all like, don't worry about me, no man. It makes me feel good, makes me feel safe. Thank you.
Hi. My comment, it's not really a question, it's just a comment. A lot of us, some farmers, we push our children not to become farmers. And that is one of the biggest challenges our children have. The next generation, everybody is not inclined to be white-collar workers. We do have farmers, the next generation of farmers, and sometimes when you push your children, especially men, to become anything other than farmers, it puts a lot of pressure on these children. So what you find is that when these children are not academically inclined, after you send them to school or whatnot, you're upset that they're sitting on the block. But you are one of the biggest problems when it comes to their mental health. So again, sometimes farming there's nothing wrong with being a second or third generation farmer. We as parents need to integrate in our children that there is nothing wrong in being a farmer, like there is nothing wrong in being a lawyer.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Bless. Yeah, so just based on, what the men are saying over, and I had my own little views about, what you were saying, and what I learned is that a lot of people don't accept their flaws, especially men. What they do, they bury it underneath whatever they want to bury it underneath, and they don't focus on what they have to work on. They only accept what they like about themselves or what other people like about them, not really understanding that, work on you. So that way, when you jump that challenge, there's another that you need to go through. And then just self-reflection does that. Self-reflection always allows you to just pay attention to you and then just start knocking them step by step, because it's a process. I'm not saying that we cannot seek help from those that we are partnered with, but at the same time, we are our superhero. So we have to stand up and save ourselves in a lot of things that we're dealing with internally. You know, because we could only take advice when we want advice, not when it's coming in and expect to just take it because it's just a manual, automatic thing. You know,
Two things I want to
another
answer
thing too. One more thing. Pardon me. Another thing. What we need to start doing with our youth is that rather than teach them what to think, teach them how to think. So they could learn to analyze, learn to make their choices based on their observations. You know, that's just my views, man. Blessed Lord.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'm so happy to actually hear that kind of discussion this afternoon. I could put it that way, I taught at a secondary school for 8 years. And I noticed a trend over the years. I'm no longer a secondary school teacher. But whereas in society I've seen women support one another. They go through hard times and you can see them coming together, huddling, bouncing ideas. When men are experiencing issues, the brave ones, right, would come, they would speak out. And sometimes the reaction they would get, guys are laughing, calling him mommy's boy, Sisi, and all other names you can think of. If this continues, in fact, we are already in some serious problems. When I look at the young men in society, we are in some serious problems. So we need the support from one another. We see it from childhood. Parents have one boy, one girl. The girl falls while riding a bicycle. Oh, the carrier, it's okay for her to cry. The boy cries and they tell him, be tough, be a man. And that continues into our adulthood, right? Our adult age. It needs to change. And just one more point. Women also need to understand, because women have grown up in the same culture, so they also see a man as being a superman, as being macho, always strong, and not realizing that we are human beings too. And we feel pain, we feel emotions, and sometimes we just want to cry. But we cannot do it, because if we cry in front of the woman, she looks at us as being weak, right? And then we are no longer attractive to her. So women also need to be re-educated that men are not, we are not robots, we are not made of steel, we are human.
Yeah, I want to say something.
Now, 10 seconds.
I won't take too long.
Too long,
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah, let me just say that real quick. I love to stand, not my fault. Let me tell
That's
you.
5.
I just want to say something concerning support, right? When it comes to our women farmers on the whole, we should really support them. But first of all, let me say big up and thank you to Fix, all the women by Fix, and all the women by Massy Stores, and yes, all the encouragement, Bureau of Standards, Carla, where is she? All the support we've gotten from all the women in these different agencies where we could take farming to another level. And my wife, I must say, has helped me take farming to another level. In that, I mean, when it comes to support, hold on. When it comes to support, I need to say what I'm about to say. We do packaged products for Massy stores. Massy has 16 stores island-wide, and we support all 16. We deliver to all 16 stores, right? Now, my wife put labels, bags, everything, design it. No matter how I bring the product, she would just create it so beautiful. We do spinach, red spinach, cherry tomatoes, big and small, fat pork. Everybody is familiar with fat pork. Organically grown seasoning peppers, all these things, right? What I'm saying is that for a company like ours to have 17 packaged products with barcodes from Bureau of Standards and Massy, even after a storm, would not even show up to give support. The Ministry of Agriculture would pass to give 1 bag of fertilizer. I could go to when we can buy 10 bags of fertilizer. You understand? Where is the support? That's where it comes to Helen Daughters.
Thank you,
Big
Helen
up.
Daughters.
Big
Thank
up
you to the
for
panelists.
all the help and support.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Maureen.
This is one spirited man. Darling, let me tell you something. Your hands full. You look like your foot full. You look like you're just full. Give it up for her. And thank you to the panelists. I don't know. I had this. 1, 2. No. That's the original one. So that's the one I wanted to, it looked nice on the TV, So, women, I washed that and dried that already. We good. Yeah, we ain't playing that. What do you think this is? Unconference. Not your usual. Absolutely. The gentleman who said that, if they cry, the ladies will feel they're weak. I think that's a misconception, I want my man ball. If you feel the ball, darling, ball. There's nothing. Listen, hey, you know how powerful I feel if I feel that I can make you cry to me? That is a plus for us women. I think all you have this thing wrong. Women, do you agree? I want my man to ball. But what the jail is this? Listen, I think we have a misconception there. So, fellas, we don't care. As a matter of fact, we welcome you crying in our presence. Thank you very much. Wonderful. We're moving on now. We've got to bring in the medicine part of it. And of course, she's been here. She's always been here. Helen's daughter supporter. Let me tell you something. You think you support? This is a woman that supports Helen's daughter. All of the farmers market from day one. She there from early morning, she and she family, and she dug into that. So we know that her being here is not just, she showed up because she's a medical doctor and she comes to do that. This is heart, this is purpose, and she has proven it time and time again. So ladies and gentlemen, our final balcony chat for day one of the Unconference is going to be she's only one person that's going to be on it, and that's Dr. Tanya Destang-Bobra, family physician. Of course, you're going to have the moderator, but you have nobody else. It's you and the moderator. Yeah, we don't want to confuse that conversation at all. And she, of course, is going to be dealing with food as medicine, something that's very close to her heart. Please welcome Dr. Bobra.
Good afternoon again. Doc, or can I call you Bubbles? That's why it's online, Okay. So, before we get into the concept of functional and integrative medicine, of course, tell us what inspired your medical journey, even before. Cut, start again. Tell us what inspired your medical journey and what inspired you to pursue medicine?
I always knew I was going to do medicine. It's something that I've never not known. Seriously, I always knew I was going to do medicine. And I went into medicine. It's going to be 40 years next year that I actually left St. Lucia to go into to study at UWI. And I really, truly thought I was going to help people. That's all I wanted to do. As a child, I was healing my dolls and putting plasters on them and doing all kinds of things. And then at some point, about 10 years into this, what's supposed to be fabulous career, something shifted where I realized that I wasn't really doing no harm. And it shifted when somebody came and asked me to rewrite a prescription that had been written by another doctor for 9 drugs. 9. It's not unusual, right? It's not unusual for you to get a prescription for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drugs. And each time I wrote a drug, part of me shifted and something died. And I thought, I kind of took this oath, Hippocratic oath, to do no harm. But I really was, every time I wrote a prescription, one for a drug, one to counteract the side effect of a drug, another one for another possible drug interaction, I was doing harm. And I realized that in addition to that, I was not doing the patient any good because she would come back to me in 3 months for another prescription. And I started looking at the patient population and realized that people who come to me every 6 months for their repeat prescriptions, so I haven't really changed them, I haven't healed them. They're just coming. And one other thing that happened was that I happened to be on the other end of a stethoscope. And I'm lying in a hospital bed, and I'm looking up at the doctors and realizing that nobody is seeing me. They've seen a disease process. And they're doing what they think they're supposed to do, what we've all been trained to do. Check off some boxes. You have this, it becomes this diagnosis. So you are going to be treated according to what the latest treatment protocol is. Nobody touched me because now everything is automated, right? My blood pressure, my pulse, everything is taken on a machine. They may put a stethoscope to my chest, but nobody touched me, nobody looked into my eyes. And I wanted to be more than a disease. I wanted to be seen, I wanted to be heard, I wanted to feel nurtured, and I wasn't. And that's when I decided enough is enough. I'm going to find another way to deliver what I wanted to deliver as a child, which is just to heal people or to help people heal themselves. So this is the whole backstory.
Wow. Put your hands together for that. So now that you've given us a full visual image of that experience and the view that people just see medicine as curing maladies, whether it be one, two, many, your type of medicine focuses on curing the soul. That's what I'm getting from what you're saying there. And you could tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, you put it so nicely, I have to tell you, right? But yeah. So this is soul medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just came up with something
Well,
great.
copyright doesn't subsist in expressions. You'll know that
so
now.
we have soul medicine here. And you're right, because I think that our grandparents got it. And I'm sitting here, we're in the bush, and don't you think our grandparents and great-grandparents would be really proud that we can have this conversation in 2025? That we can sit with the farmers who are healing our communities, because what you're doing is not just planting food and growing livestock. You are healing every single member of our community by what you do every single day. Every single day.
Bubbles, all of this is all well and good. Believe you me. I've read it, I internalized it, I thought about it deeply, I said, yeah, she's onto something. Tell us some practical examples of how you've utilized these concepts as part of when patients come in and you see them and you essentially still diagnose them, but this time you're crowing the soul.
Gosh. So through my own journey of healing myself or trying to heal myself, because healing is in layers. You're never a healer. Every time you think you healed something, new comes and kind of gives you another layer. So you're peeling back layers of an onion. But you have to realize that when you're looking at medicine, you're not just looking at something physical. You're not just looking at a physical body to heal. There's an emotional aspect to us, there's a mental aspect to us, and there's a spiritual aspect. And when I say spiritual, I am not talking religion. This is about connections and connecting with something deeper. And in Western medicine, we are very, very good at curing disease, in the sense that there is a pill for every ill. And there are many pills coming up. Let me tell you, every week there's something new coming up. So there is a pill for every ill. However, what is the point of healing you physically if you still have emotional trauma that we haven't addressed? Because it's going to come back. You're going to come back with something else if we haven't addressed what's happening emotionally or mentally. And if we haven't addressed the spiritual isolation that we've had that has gotten worse since COVID, we're a failed community. And I think we're failing at that. Look at the number of patients in their 30s who have diagnosed with diabetes. Never in my medical training did I think I would be seeing cancer in somebody's 40s, diabetes and hypertension as early as 20s or 30s. I'm not prepared for that, and I'm not going to sit back and say, oh, well, it's just life. We cannot. And this is where food is going to come in. We are going to have to use food to heal ourselves. Because on my way here, I passed the market and I looked. We are getting larger as a people. We are being born bigger. We are being born with more toxins in our bodies. The babies are being born with more toxins. We've been fed whatever we normally would feed it. And by the time a teenager comes, the teenagers now are not the teenagers I had when I was a teenager. The body composition is different. And if we don't start to make the changes now, we're going to have a problem, and a serious problem. If you think COVID was a bad pandemic, obesity, insulin resistance, hormonal challenges, metabolic inflexibility, and with that comes the emotional trauma of being called fatty boom boom, and I would put my hand up because I was fat as a child, and I'm still traumatized by that, being called fatty boom boom. If we don't start to address this now, we do not have the capacity as a community to deal with that. We don't have a hospital system that will cope. And I'm not knocking down our hospital system. We have excellent doctors. We do not have the facilities that's going to cope with people with strokes in their 30s and 40s. Where we're rehabilitating them, we can't. So if we don't start to look at what we're feeding ourselves, what we're feeding our bodies, our minds, and our souls, we're in problems.
Doc, as the fly next to you, not on the wall, but next to you, what do you tell those that find it, the bad food, the consumption of it attractive, the price questions? Because it tastes good. 3-piece, 2-piece.
It tastes good.
But how do you get people, whether it be within poverty or within any strata, to be able to think long-term about some of these issues that you're saying and that you're witnessing as a doctor, such that you don't want to see them when they're 30 and 40, because that's because you're not practicing full Western medicine?
Education. And not necessarily only for you, but for the little ones. Because you could buy it for them, they can choose not to eat all of it or take the skin off the chicken, and we're not going to name, we have to remember that we can't really put, but just knock me every time because I forget.
Okay, I'll do that.
But when I've seen children in my practice from day one, right? And when the fast food chicken company came into St. Lucia, about 4 or 5 years in, I looked at the friends of my son in his class, and I saw little boys with boobs. I'm like, that's strange. Why are 8, 9, 10-year-olds having boobs? I don't recall seeing that. And then it clicked. We had brought in fast food chicken into our population about 3, I don't remember, but years before. The consumption of the hormone-laden chicken had affected the boys by then. And we were excited. Don't get me wrong, I put up my hand. I was probably one of the first there buying the wings because it tastes good. But to eat it every day, 3 or 4 times a week, it's impossible that we can continue doing this and not expect us to have the health implications of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the quietest I've seen you all day.
Sorry, I don't mean to get you scared or anything, okay?
No, that's reflective. So, the truth is, all of your work speaks about healing the body and the mind and the soul. And that's what I'm getting from you. Tell me about some of the root causes of the problems that you've seen in your patients over time. What surprised you when individuals came in and you were able to identify what the root cause was of these things that, as you said, Western and conventional medicine would have just treated with a pill?
I think the first thing is that we're actually going to look at the patient as opposed to disease. So I don't see, if you come and you say you're diabetic, I don't see a disease process, diabetes. I see somebody who happens to have something called diabetes. So I'm going to look at the person and say, what's really going on? Because 5 people can present with the same blood sugar levels, and each of them came to this point differently. Could be genetic, could be environmental, could be lifestyle. So many reasons. So that's the first thing. We look at the root cause. What is really happening with this patient and their life? The other thing is that giving a patient a chance to feel seen, heard, and supported, truly supported. I can write prescriptions from now until, but if you don't decide that you are committing to your healing process, it's not going to happen. You can take the prescription and leave it in the bottom of your bag for about 5 years and bring it back to me nicely folded and creased. You can even buy the medication and put it in your cupboard, and the cupboard is the one benefiting from it and you're not because you haven't taken it. Or you can take it for 2 weeks and decide, well, I should be better by now. So you stop, or you just don't take it at all and you just keep doctor shopping because you want a doctor to tell you what you want to hear. Sometimes we have to give you some hard truths. And at the crux of it all, I'm going to say it's our lifestyle. It's either we're not exercising enough, we're not moving our bodies enough, we're not feeding ourselves and nurturing ourselves with the proper kinds of food. We are exposed to significant quantities of toxins and pollutants. We're overstressed, we're not sleeping. We don't have a sense of self-worth. You know, in the old days, we just knew who we were. Now, somebody has to tell us who we are. But we know who we are, we just kind of forget. We've lost connections. So many people, we're a community-oriented people where we live with people around us. We are meant to connect. We've lost connections to something greater than ourselves. We've lost connections with our family and friends. We may move to different countries. We don't see family members for years, maybe on FaceTime, but that's different. And then we lose the connection with self. Who are we and how are we connected? And these 9 things I've spoken about, if we don't start addressing this and all of this, we're going to have a problem. In fact, we are having a problem, and a serious one.
After this question, I'm coming to you in the audience. Doc, well, Bubbles. How do you shift your patients' minds from being just recipients to being active participants in their own journey of becoming?
Education. Having them actively involved in what is happening to their bodies. When I see a lab result, I don't just tell you your labs are fine, you can go. I go through every lab test with you so you understand what is happening to your body. Because it don't matter to me, in a sense, but what's happening to your body. And I think once you get a deeper sense of what is actually happening to your body and you see it on paper, and I explain to you, you are better able to decide, am I going to make a choice towards health, or am I get a choice towards continued disease process? The choice is really yours. I am just a facilitator. That's all I am. I just happen to know some things. And right now, ChatGPT seems to know everything as well. AI knows a lot. So maybe you don't really even need me. The person who's going to change the course of your health is you, not me. So if you choose to come to me, understand that you'll be given some tough love sometimes, you'll be hugged, you'll be put in the Zen room, and I'm looking at a particular person who loves to come in my Zen room. But it will be a holistic approach because having been on the other end of a stethoscope, I have created what I wish I had had 20 years ago. And that is where we're at now. Are we choosing health or are we choosing disease? The choice is yours, not mine. I know what I have to do. Now, it's not easy. It's not easy. But feeling healthy, feeling energized, having your cells balanced, having your blood sugars balanced, having your hormones balanced, feels so good. when you really reach that point that you realize that feeling healthy is the choice. Health is truly the new currency.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. And you're lucky to be asking questions to Bubbles. So I'll come to you. Have to come to me, at least meet me halfway for the mic frequency purposes. Questions, comments, and for the
I was going to give a whole story, but I guess I'll keep it short.
All right, for you, you can give the story.
I can give a story.
Give the story.
I am currently having a medical a situation, right? And that's just past 2 weeks. I've gone to 2 doctors, one after the next. And the reason I went to 2 is because the first one I felt was not listening to me. I came, I told them some of my symptoms. They already had a concept in their mind as to what was wrong with me. I guess, I don't know what their experiences or why they felt these were the things. And they gave me the information and said, I think that's what's wrong with you. So do these tests, and you could also take this medication. I'm like, I'm looking for the symptom. I'm not experiencing all of those symptoms. There are certain things that don't fit with what I am experiencing. So maybe is there anything else that it could be? No, I know what it is. We must eliminate the most likely things. So to eliminate the most likely things, although I'm not experiencing the symptoms, I must now spend money on all the tests, buy all the drugs and test them out on my body, and then come back, right? So I said, okay, that didn't suit me. I went to another doctor. Unfortunately, same thing, and that's 2 doctors up in the north. And same thing happened again. I said I went to this doctor. I wasn't happy because I didn't feel the symptoms applied to me. Same thing. You need to go on, yeah, but these are the things that normally happen. We know better than you, basically. That's what they're saying to me. They know better than me. It's my body, but they know better than me. And they feel that I should do the test. So I felt a little defeated at that point. I went, I spent the money. Of course, as you can imagine. None of the tests were positive in that sense, right? And when I went back to the doctor and the tests did not suit what they thought was wrong with me, what disappointed me further was there was such a lack of curiosity. They didn't feel as if, oh, here's this mystery, this person is suffering something and I cannot find what it is with the common things. So let me ask more questions. Let me find something that's not in the common causes and see what's wrong with them. What else are you feeling? What has happened at this time frame? There was absolutely no curiosity. It's like, oh, these things didn't come through as positive. Okay, well, yeah. And what the question I have based on that is I don't believe it's your responsibility necessarily, but what do you think the uptake is of that kind of approach to medicine, where you trust the patient, where you listen to the patient, where you look for things apart from drugs, automatically given. And I said to the doctor, I don't like taking drugs. I don't get sick normally. I don't spend money on doctors. Thank you to the ancestors. I don't do that generally, but when I do, when I have to do what I have to do, I do what I have to do. I also believe in food as medicine. And I said, I don't like taking drugs. Is there any way else I could deal with this without taking medication? And they're like, no, you should take that, because sometimes maybe you could take the topical instead of the internal thing and all kinds of things, instead of saying, what else can I do based on what I as a patient prefer? So what is the uptake you find in St. Lucia of that kind of approach as food, as medicine, listening to the patient, trying to really and truly do no harm, instead of giving me more things to put into my body when you don't know what's wrong with me as yet, and guessing based on what you think, listening to me to see what it is I am going through. Ask me 100 questions if necessary, you know? But that's just the 2 doctors I visited recently, and as I said, I don't really go to doctors as much. So what's the uptake you think in St. Lucia of that kind of approach?
First of all, this is how we're all trained, okay? Western medicine trains us this way. And I want to be very clear, I am not knocking Western medicine. I still practice it because it saves lives every minute of every day. Western medicine is extremely good at saving lives in an emergency. It's very good. Where we are failing is in the prevention of long-term chronic disease. Now, as far as you asked me about the uptake of that, I cannot answer that. I stay in my little pink bubble, and those who know. I just stay in my little bubble. Because I can either decide to fight the system, which is probably going to make me stressed, or use my energy to heal the patients who are coming to me. And I've decided on the latter. So I cannot speak for what's happening out there, I know that a lot of patients are not necessarily 100% happy with what's happening out there. But it is what it is. This is how Western medicine is training us to come out. And it's even worse now than it was in my time. So I'm not making excuses for them. I think this new root cause medicine is going to come faster into St. Lucia than we think, even if it's because they figure it's a fad and they must go into it or do a weekend course, some of them. But the true passion for healing or your healing can only come from you. You cannot rely totally on a doctor's diagnosis 100% because we're humans and sometimes we fail. And recently I had a patient who cussed me off because she says she felt dismissed by me. And I felt really bad for a long time because I went back and said, at what point did I dismiss her? And I realized that I probably did not get the full story. So if you don't give me everything, I can't scan your body and say, ooh, you know, like whatever science fiction there was, where you can scan your body and see where the hot spots are. So if you don't give me the picture and you're not paying attention to your body and you're not in tune to your body, I can help you if you skip some really critical symptoms that may just tilt me the other way. The other thing is that the lab tests are invaluable. They really are. I understand that you felt that you didn't fit all the box, all the ticks in the box. But just step back a little and see if the negative results actually help with your diagnosis, because we now know what you don't have, if that makes sense. So we're now aware, okay, well, it's not this. It's unlikely to be this, this, and this. So more than likely at the next visit or the next doctor you go to, hopefully they will look at those results and say, okay, well, let's look some other place. So those labs probably served a purpose for you, if you get what I'm saying.
So much. This is such an important topic. I have 2 points that I wanted to bring up. One is on the medical side. So one is the huge distrust for medical professionals, medicine. In this society, St. Lucia, across the world, you're hearing a lot of this polarized a conversation about healthcare and vaccines and all of those things that we hear and see, and it is a danger for our society, right? We agree that some things we know, some things we can treat, some things we've had a long time dealing with, and so those chronic illnesses, those that have passed a certain stage, absolutely. I grew up with every Bush tea there is, so I'm a full proponent of natural medicines and our food as a healing source. But of course, I also see the other side. So just something, a comment I wanted to throw out there, because I'm from a family and my own relatives don't want to trust the medicine that they give them. So I'm just throwing that out there. And then the second part is a lot of the issues that we have health-wise are not our own fault, right? A lot are environmental. A lot are the fact that processed food is cheaper than local food. The fact that imported stuff is worse than our local food, but the expense part, the cost part is a big deal, right? You walk in certain parts of our communities, you see smoke all the time. There's a lot of environmental factors that affect people's health here, and a lot of people can't afford to do otherwise. So what are some of the changes that you think need to happen beyond ourselves, beyond our own mindset change?
So one about the mistrust of the healthcare field, it's very real. And it worsened during COVID. And it's very sad that there's such a divide between the healthcare professionals and the public. And until we mend that, we're going to have people falling sick all over the place and coming to us when it's too late because they don't trust us. I don't know how to get over that. I'm hoping that it's just going to be a time And over time, they will see that maybe some of us really know what we're talking about and that we truly have their best interests at heart. As far as the foods are concerned, so I've heard this before where it's expensive to eat properly. And I have to think and say, is it really that expensive to eat local unprocessed food? Because, I don't know, I grew up in Hospital Road, and we had a breadfruit tree there. There was a mango tree that I could use the gullet to pick mangoes. There was a coconut tree, and my grandmother had food in the thing. So all else failed, we had chicken backs and breadfruit. To this day, it's my favorite meal, stewed chicken backs and breadfruit. We had that. So are we teaching our people that we can use our local foods for breakfast? You know the number of people who tell me when I say, well, I don't want you having the bread because it's sending up your blood sugar. So what will I have? I said, well, you can have whatever you normally have, just skip the bread. I have egg. Okay, so have the egg with a little saltfish or a little sardines or tuna fish. With what? So I'm like, well, if all else fails, have a slice of breadfruit. And they look at me, breadfruit? And I say, yeah, if you cook breadfruit today, then leave some, slice it, and you fry it up and breadfruit for breakfast. Isn't that what our grandparents did? But so we have to shift the thought process, because I know that we don't want to go thief the neighbors' things because everybody have gun and they go shoot. But I don't know about you all, but I feel that if my neighbor looks like they're starving and I have a breadfruit, I'm going to give them half. And I think it's still so in our community. So I think we can eat local if we all come together as community as we knew it back then. You see your neighbor starving, you're going to feed your neighbor. You see somebody at school, you're going to try and say, okay, this child we're going to feed. But we're so used to having sandwiches and cereal for breakfast that we can't think of anything else to eat. And now, one of the larger cereal companies, I'm seeing an ad on TV, which is, I just laugh, that says it only has 4 ingredients, which is probably the wheat, the whatever. And they said, oh yes, and add cold milk. So I can't, you know who I'm talking about. If you stay on TV on a morning long enough, you're going to see that ad. So they are aware that people are looking for less processed food. So they've just counteracted and said, listen, we only have like 4 ingredients. Bear in mind that none of the ingredients are actual food products, right? But there are 4 ingredients. So if you want to look at your food, I believe in eating 1 and 2 ingredient foods. Dasheen, breadfruit, yam, baja, everything. 1 ingredient foods. Fish, chicken, beef, goat, 1 ingredient foods. All vegetables and fruit, 1 ingredient foods. What happens is when we decide to cook it and then add stuff to it and then westernize it, which is what we not normally would have done in our grandparents' era. So let's get back to eating like them and see how our bodies change and our minds change and our souls change.
Hi, good afternoon. Just continue the conversation, well, kind of about obesity. You mentioned the observation of a lot more larger bodies. You spoke earlier about seeing and noticing larger bodies or larger numbers of larger bodies. Do you think we're at the point in time in St. Lucia where we need to actively practice sensitization around obesity, the disease, rather than just speaking it and saying that it's a disease?
We're past that stage.
Okay.
We need to do it now.
What more do you think we need to do? I say that in the sense that when I was growing up, I remember this ad about sickle cell. And to this day, I don't think I know one person with sickle cell, but I probably know, but don't. It's stuck in my brain. But I don't see us doing that for something that I think we've passed the inflection point of obesity and what it is doing to our society.
I'm going to say something that some of you all might get upset with me about, right? So we have now decided that we have body positivity, right? So don't mind if my belly is over the 35 inches that is known. But my body is positive and I can flaunt it if I want it. By all means, flaunt it if you want it, but I want you to know that you see that belly fat? Inside that belly is something called visceral fat that is highly inflammatory. This is where all disease is coming from. High levels of visceral fat. That is the fat that you cannot measure properly. That's the fat that sits around your liver and your kidneys. And it's in, when you see we cut, during surgery, we have to cut about 10 layers to get to it. And we have to kind of shift it out. That is the fat that is killing us. But this is the fat that's making us body positive. So I have an issue with that. Because during Carnival, there are a lot of obese people on the road who are body positive. More power to you. And I'm not body shaming anybody. I'm saying this is a health crisis. It is a health crisis. And I want every single one of us to be body positive. Those whose BMI is under 25 and those whose BMI over 25. When your body mass index is over 25, you're obese. You are clinically obese. You can wear all the clothes you want and put your thong on whatever, fine. But know that you are clinically obese and that you need to do something about it. Because guess what? Next year, you will be, BMI might be 28 or 30, which puts you heading towards a stroke or whatever. And you don't want to get a stroke here. I'm telling you all straight. You all do not want to get a stroke in a country that the ambulance takes 40 minutes to come to you. In 40 minutes, we're supposed to have picked you up, gotten you to a hospital, and do something called thrombolize you. Not on the side of the road where we're still waiting at your house for an ambulance 40 minutes. So don't get a stroke here to the best of your ability. Don't get a heart attack here. But all the body positive people with strokes and heart attacks waiting to happen. What are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about it? It scares me. It really does. Because I'm not working in the hospital, so really, honestly, I can just sit back and just close my eyes. But when you get sick, when a 40-year-old has a stroke and becomes disabled, this is not just a 40-year-old woman. This is maybe a 40-year-old mother. Her children are deprived of everything that she had to offer post-40, especially if she's disabled. Her partner is affected. Her mother is affected. Her co-workers are affected. So your disease process is not just yours. It's so many people who care and love you who would be totally impacted by your disease process. Just remember that.
I'm very happy today that you're speaking on food as medicine, because I can even speak from my own experience where I was of the mindset that as long as I work out, I could eat whatever I want. So as long as I look a certain way, that means I'm healthy. But I could speak of an experience that I recently had about 2 years ago where I was sick. I was in so much pain. I did all types of tests. I did everything, and no one has any answers for me. And so as a typical man, people would look at you and say, but you always at the gym. Why are you so sick? Are you just trying to get a sick leave or something? And so I wasn't working at HDS yet, by the way. So, and so it's only after when I went to Dr. Bobre, and she put me on a diet. Okay, I'll leave it.
You're saying it like that. Tell them how you felt when I told you.
She put me on a diet, and it was the worst thing ever, because Dr. Bobre is telling me I cannot eat cake. I eat cake. Right? I cannot eat cake. I cannot eat all the things that I like. I cannot put ketchup on my food, and you could be the best chef ever. I would put ketchup on my food when you cook for me. But after speaking to Dr. Bobre and following that diet, I got better. And the issue was pancreatitis. And anyone knows what pancreatitis is. It's an extremely painful condition. And it's only after I changed my diet was I able to get better. And it really just shows you, because Big Pharma has trained us to have that microwave mentality where, you know, if you're sick, you take one medicine and it would solve everything. But our food literally is our medicine, because if we were eating the things that we were supposed to be eating, we wouldn't be as sick and have all the issues that we are facing today. So I'm very happy that Dr. Bobre is having this conversation with us.
What Otto is not telling you, that the whole, after all of that, I had to go online and find cake mix that he could get that could fit the thing. Because guess why I know? Because I like cake too. So I had to find a way to satisfy my cake craving, but in a way that would think. And I'm going to give you a personal story. So last year I wasn't well, and I had to take antibiotics. Nothing wrong with antibiotics, they save lives. But I had to take it for a long period, and as a result of taking antibiotics, which killed the bacteria that it needed to kill, it also killed my gut bacteria. The microbiome was gone, messed up. Within 3 months, I had anxiety in a way that I had never experienced. So you've heard of the gut-brain axis? It is real. My anxiety was off the charts, but I was able to identify that the anxiety did not feel like any anxiety I've ever had. I mean, I've done final exams and do all kinds of things and almost failed one exam in medical school, my final. That was anxiety. But that anxiety felt different. It felt like my brain was doing something different. And I had to sit back, because you know we're the last to diagnose ourselves. I had to sit back and say, what changed? And of course, you want science. So I did a test, which showed that my gut bacteria was off and I had severe leaky gut. Was I surprised? No, because I'd been on antibiotics for so long. That doesn't mean that if you're on antibiotics now, you ought to stop, please. I was on antibiotics for 6 weeks. If you are on for 6 days and it has been prescribed by a doctor, please do not go and say you stopped it because Dr. Bobren had gut issues with anxiety. They're going to throw you out of their office. And I will deny telling you that. But, so that was my second proof. So being the good doctor, I took part of the dose, part of what the protocol. I didn't do like Otto and I didn't finish it. So what happens again? What do you think? It comes back. But this time it doesn't just come back with anxiety, it comes back with bloating. And I'm looking like 4 months pregnant, and I have to wear my shirt over my dress, and I'm like, what is going on? So I go to a course, and it's like 10 hours we're discussing microbiome modulation, how to fix the microbiome. 2 hours in, I'm like, oh my God, I am so sick. This is exactly why I'm here. So I talked to one of the guys and I said, you know, I'm really very sick. And he says, are you taking this? I said, yes. Are you doing this? Yes. I said, listen here, I need step 2. I've done step 1. What is step 2? So he tells me, and I happen to get it. But it brought home to me the importance of knowing your body. It took me a while to realize that my anxiety was not the norm. It's not the normal anxiety I'd had for 50-something years. And also the second time, when you feel bloated all the time, something is wrong, guys. You're not supposed to feel bloated every time you eat. It got to the point that I was afraid to eat. I mean, my trainers and I would be working out, and I'd be looking at my belly in the mirror and like, oh, God. There's just no motivation anymore because as soon as you get up, it puffs out. So food is what healed me. I had to eliminate certain foods that were very allergenic. I stopped wheat, I stopped dairy, I stopped eggs, and I was miserable. I don't think I had cake. No, where's Otto? I found an answer for us. I found a cake. It doesn't taste like cake, but it satisfies the little craving you have. So when I tell you these stories, it's because I have lived a lot of it myself. And I know that eating a certain way makes me feel so good. Avoiding the processed food makes me feel amazing. Not that I will not have a bite, or my favorite from the fast food chicken place is a crispy drumstick. And I just have one. That's what I'll have. And after a while, you don't even want it. When you start to eat whole unprocessed foods, your taste buds change. When you stop eating sugar, immediately, as soon as you eat something that even has a bit, you don't even want to have it anymore. But then you're addicted to feeling good. So it does work. And I'm here to tell you it worked for me this time around because I actually followed the protocol for 8 weeks and I've been really good. And I haven't cheated once, which means I can't have ice cream. But I'm still finding my way around it. And it's doable. It is doable. And it's not expensive to eat breadfruit and yam and dasheen with fish and chicken and goat and pork with some salad. And you don't need to buy salad dressing. You don't need to buy salad dressing. My grandmother would make olive oil, vinegar. In fact, I don't think they had olive oil in those days, so God knows what oil she used. But oil, vinegar, salt, garlic, tea oil. No, it wasn't coconut oil. I guarantee you it wasn't coconut oil. It's probably the vegetable oil. But I never grew up seeing salad dressings in my house other than homemade. So you go out on the side of the road or wherever you're eating, and the food you will get is a whole heap of rice and peas, chow mein, mac and cheese. About half of the plate is that. Then you'll have the protein. And then you'll have a smidgen of salad. Now the salad wilted, the tomato, you can see through it because they slice it so thin. And then they must have put dressing on it from before, so it thinned the lettuce, so it kind of pasty. And this is what we're having. And this is what our meals are composed of. We gotta have to change that. And the only person who can change that is you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, Bubbles. Thank you, Doc. Over to you, Maureen.
You better prepare this in the room since you're telling everybody of my business. I come in there first thing on Monday morning. No, shucks and carifta when I come back. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you so very much. And I can tell you, well, if you have interacted with Doc, like I was saying earlier, you would know that she lives it. This is passion to her. It's not just we talk because it sounds good. She really do live what she's speaking. For those of you who are viewing on the live, we're ending the live now. You'd miss some of our live performance. Jazzy's going to be performing Pan to close off, and we got a little get together, little warming moment as well coming up. But you get the opportunity. You can join us again tomorrow here. That's for those online. You can join us tomorrow here. You can come to the conference tomorrow, or you could tune in again tomorrow live. Umpa will be performing tomorrow as well. But thank you for our live viewers, and